30% heavier than Morgan dollars. Gold is a very soft metal, and those are typical bag marks you see on gold double eagles, even though they only struck 2 examples. They didn't have to rattle around in bags or anything. They only struck 2 examples. With reading marks that deep in the surface of the coin, at best it's an MS-63. And here, by really, truly, a miraculous circumstances, we've got this amazing small group. Got a lot of people calling in. The 1899p Liberty Double Eagle, if you've just tuned in, we rarely get something from the 19th century like this in mint-state condition. When we get Liberty Double Eagles in uncirculated mint-state condition, they're usually the later dates, like the 1904p, the 1900p. It's been many years since we've been able to offer an 1899p. They came out of a couple bags from the Great European Bancord. Extremely rare. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at these kinds of prices. When we have gold at, it's just been skyrocketing in value. But again, these are not bullion coins. The best part is the premium that we have on these coins is so small when you consider the rarity. There's so much upside potential in these extraordinary 1899p Liberty Double Eagles. MS-62s, again, half down today for an MS-62. The Smithsonian specimen is an MS-62. You're getting a Smithsonian quality, half down today of only $1,747.50, and we'll reserve one of these coins for you, your name on it, we'll put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 days. Imagine pulling this coin out and showing it to your friends. Imagine that. And then we have the MS-63s. $3,995, half down today. If you can't swing the entire $39.95 today, half down of only $1,997.50, and we'll reserve one of these MS-63s for you. Please call in now. This is a very, very limited time offer, folks, to get this rare date in this condition. Really, as the host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show, this is what I really love to do. This is what really makes my day, to be able to offer you an incredible double eagle that I know is truly exceptional for the date. At these kind of prices, this is what I love to do, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching this presentation here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. But please, stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming right up. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Rick Tomaska, your host, and I have got an incredibly exciting gold opportunity for you today. That's the good news. The bad news is I have real limited quantities of this coin. They're in mint state condition, folks, and they're Smithsonian quality. These coins are equal or superior to the example in the Smithsonian. Now, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, they own what is considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's the first double eagle ever struck. This is the only surviving example. It's in the Smithsonian. It's 1849. This is the first time they ever struck a double eagle. Up to that point, the largest gold coin was a $10 gold piece that they called the Eagle. The Eagle was just about a half an ounce of gold. It was then that they discovered gold in California in 1848. So now our country had this abundance of gold, and they were able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of incredible help to the banking system because it allowed the banks to make those larger transactions that much easier if they had double eagles to work with instead of eagles. So the Mint began striking the double eagle, and they had a couple of these that they struck in 1849. It was called the double eagle because it was twice the size, of the eagle with about an ounce of gold. They're large, heavy coins. A double eagle, folks, I have a couple right here. Well, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. A Morgan dollar is a very large silver coin. They're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. They're about 25 to 30% heavier than a Morgan dollar. Because again, this is about a full ounce, close to a full ounce of gold in a double eagle. The examples I have today, folks, are from the 19th century, and I have them in MS-62 and MS-63 condition. We have a limited quantity of these. I've got, I think, 15 of each on display right now. The total we have is around 70 coins. The Smithsonian example is an MS-62. Take a look at these, MS-62 and an MS-63. For comparison, I also have an MS-60 that we can show the viewers so they can see the difference. Now, when we're talking about MS-60, 62, 63, if you're new to United States coin collecting, those numbers are meaningless. So let me explain in about 30 seconds what that all means. Coins are graded on a 70-point grading system. It's called the Sheldon grading system. From a low of 1, which is a heavily worn coin where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection. There are no gold double eagles in MS-70 or MS-69 or even MS-68. MS-60 is the lowest mint state grade. It represents a coin that has never been in circulation. Anything below an MS-60 is a coin that's been in circulation. MS-60 is a coin that's never been in circulation, but it has an abundance of bag marks and abrasions because of the process of minting the coins. These coins were struck for commerce, folks. You have to understand that they were struck, ejected from the coin press into a bin where they abraded with other coins. Again, these are really heavy coins. Gold is a very soft metal. And from there, they would go through coin counting machines. They would be dumped into bags and then shipped to banks throughout the country. During that process, they're abrading them with one another. Even though it was never in circulation, you could see a lot of abrasions over the surface of the coin. Now, that is a superior grade, though, for a Liberty double eagle, because typically, again, because of the weight of these coins, they're usually gouged and dinged to a degree where they're not even gradable. Here, for example, is a 1903 that I have in my hand. And we're going to rotate it around, and you could see, look at the deep gouge in Liberty's jaw there. If you set this to a grading service, they call it damaged. Here's another example that I have, a 1907. This is the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series, 1907. Because in 1907, they changed the design to the St. Gaudens. 1907 is the last year they struck the Liberty Double Eagle, and you can see another deep gouge there in the upper cheekbone of Liberty. Not even gradable. This is your typical Liberty double eagle that has survived to this day. Now, when you're looking at an MS-62 grade in 63, let's take a look at a couple examples that we have here, folks. You'll notice a noticeable difference. MS-62 is an exceptional grade. Again, the example in the Smithsonian is MS-62. So the 62s you see here are Smithsonian quality. This is a rare date. You look at this coin, folks. This is an incredible quality for an 1899 Liberty double eagle. I mean, only the lightest abrasions on the surface of this coin. And the reverse is, I mean, really fully gem. It's spectacular. And then we have the MS-63, 1 grade point higher, superior to the Smithsonian specimen. These are graded by either NGC or PCGS, the 2 leading grading services in the country. Look at this coin, folks. To find a coin with so few marks is amazing. And again, when you compare it to an MS-60, you can see the difference. This is a mint state coin, but it's what you would typically expect to find in a gradable Liberty double eagle. Again, for a Liberty double eagle, MS-60 is an exceptional grade. There are so few that have survived in mint state condition. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, I made a little chart of some of the double eagles that we have offered over the last 6, 7 years. And I have them ranked from some of the most common issues to some of the rarest issues that we've been able to offer. In the St. Gaudens series, the most common issue is the 1924P. They've certified around 300,000 examples at PCGS. These are PCGS population totals, of which almost 50,000 are MS65 gem quality. And you go down the chart there. Now, one of the dates I really love is that 1907P, first year of issue of the St. Gaudens series. Only around 17,500 certified in all grades and about 2,500 in MS65. And then you get to the Liberty series. Now, there is one date that is the most common in the series, the 1904P. That's the one date when you find a Liberty double eagle. There's a good chance, if you see them at coin shows or if you go into a coin shop, if they have a Liberty double eagle, there's a really good chance that it's going to be a 1904P. And you could see there, the total certified, right, just by PCGS alone, almost 200,000 coins, of which 5,600 are MS65s, which is a very, very high grade for a Liberty double eagle. And then you have the second most common date, the 1900P. It's almost 4 times rare. But then look at the 1899Ps. Only 19,000 coins. This is a key date, folks. It is so exciting. These coins that you're looking at, they really should not exist. Let me repeat that. These 1899Ps in MS62 and MS63 really should not exist. The only reason we have them is because they've been stored in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s. Now you might ask, well, what the heck were they doing in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s? The story really begins with the Great Depression. Great Depression was economic disaster for this country. We had unemployment around 25, 30%, and this was going on for years. The Great Depression started in the late 20s, and it continued on for years, folks. In 1933, it was estimated that there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Think about that, 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. This is in 1933. This is like, 90 years ago. So imagine all these citizens with their life savings in the bank, their nest egg that they had accumulated over 20, 30 years. That was going to be for their retirement. And they go to the bank the next day, and the bank's closed, shuttered closed. They had failed. You were wiped out. And this was hitting millions of Americans. Well, there was panic among all the citizenry because for all those citizens who had money in banks that had not failed, they had to wonder if their bank was going to be next. So what they began to do is to pull their money out of the banks, because who knows what this paper money could be worth, in in a year or 2 or 5 years. Again, this.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedys.
Very unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? I have one of my favorite proof Kennedy half dollars today, folks. It's a 1-year type coin. It was actually struck for 2 years, but it was only one design. It's unique in the United States coinage because it has a dual date design. It's also unique because the reverse was actually designed by a private citizen in a competition held by the Mint, and they picked the winner from all the different designs submitted, and a man by the name of Seth Huntington won for his design of the reverse of this coin. Now, along with the half dollar, they also had the same competition for the quarter and the Eisenhower dollar for this 3-coin set. Of course, I'm talking about the bicentennial coinage, struck in 1975 and 1976, but they all bear the dual date 1776 and 1976. Now, these bicentennial coins were struck for commerce. A high number of them were struck for commerce, struck in clad metal with no silver content. And a smaller number were struck in proof clad condition with no silver content. And then the very small number were struck in 40% silver. So it was important from that aspect as well, because at the time, all the half dollars in proof that were struck at the Mint in that era, in the 1970s and 80s, were struck entirely in clad. But for this 1 year, they went back to silver content. And when you bought one of these sets, especially from the Mint, they came in these original blue packaging they used, and generally the quality wasn't too bad. You would see some spotting, and coins would have some light cameo contrast quite often. I have got some of the finest bicentennial silver-proof Kennedy half dollars in existence. I mean, this is my specialty, Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, in mint state and proof. And if I'm going to offer you a proof of any of these, especially if it's a deep cameo proof with heavy cameo contrast, it's going to be among the finest, heaviest deep cameos you'll ever see. Now, first of all, there's a huge demand for the Kennedy half dollar series. It's one of the most popular series in all of U.S. coinage. It's right up there with the Franklins and the Morgan dollars and other series. You'll go on the PCGS and NGC registry, you'll find thousands of collectors with sets entered in the registry on those websites. And you figure just thousands just on those websites, you multiply that by 100 to get the true number of collectors out there for these coins. You know, hundreds of thousands of collectors, maybe millions. And this year in particular, the bicentennial silver was a great year because one of the big reasons I love the bicentennial silver Kennedy is when it was struck. It was struck in an era where the Mint was instituting a program to really improve the quality of their proof coins. You know, in the early 1970s and earlier, most of the proof coins struck at the U.S. Mint were what we call brilliant proofs. They had no cameo contrast. Here's a 1971 set. And if you look at the Kennedy, you could see his portrait is basically of the same sheen, same appearance as the surrounding fields. It looks like there's a little spot on his cheek there, but ignore this, the toning spot there. And you can see there is no contrast between Kennedy's portrait there and the fields. Now that nickel there, you could see it definitely has some contrast. That has a frosted cameo appearance. Now, the thing is, if you got an early strike off a new proof die that had just been dipped in their bath of 5% nitric acid, 95% alcohol, they used to dip these dies in this bath to acid etch the cameo effect into the coin and then buff the fields. And if you got a coin that was one of the earliest strikes off of one of these dies, you would get a beautiful cameo. But these acid etch dies, The cameo effect was very delicate in these dies and wore very quickly, and so the great majority came out brilliant like that in 1971. So in the mid-70s, the Mint began experimenting with new technologies to strike more cameos, because a lot of unhappy collectors. Let's face it, if you bought 10, for example, 1970 sets, and every one was just a regular brilliant proof Kennedy, and then your buddy buys one set and he gets this beautiful cameo, you'd be a little ticked off. So the Mint really went to work and they incorporated a lot of new technology, and it was really perfected so that when you got into the late 70s, every coin would be a beautiful, deep cameo. Here's a 1991 set, for example, and you could see how beautiful that cameo is. The thing is, every 1991 struck looks like that because the technology that they're using at that point results in the fact that they can strike hundreds and hundreds of cameos, beautiful cameos, before the die would begin to wear. And once it would begin to wear, they would immediately replace it. It was economically feasible to do at that point because of this improved technology. Now, on the other hand, when you get it back into the mid-70s, when they first began using this new technology, it wasn't perfected, and so a lot of the coins would have little or no cameo contrast on them. And this is especially true with the bicentennial issues on 1975 and 1976. Now, folks, the bicentennials, again, it's a one-year-only issue. The Mint held a special competition for the reverse designs for these to commemorate the 200th anniversary of the birth of our country. And the gentleman in the middle in that picture, Seth Huntington, was the designer of the reverse of the Kennedy half dollar. We had Independence Hall on the reverse of the Kennedy half dollar. So it was only struck for these 2 years with the same dual date hours, 1776, 1976. Now, most of the bicentennial silvers have very little or no cameo contrast. And a lot of them that do, in fact, the majority that do, have what I would call low-end deep cameo contrast. This is typical of what you find when you're looking for these. It has a grade of Proof 69 deep cameo. Exceptional grade. Exceptional grade. The highest possible grade is Proof 70 deep cameo. 70s have been known to sell for $3,000 and more. That's a nice deep cameo, but it's what I would call on the low end of the deep cameo spectrum. Now, folks, I specialize in Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. And if you're going to get a Proof 69 deep cameo, you're going to get one that is really ultimate for the grade. Look at these. Folks, what you're seeing, this took me months and months to put this small group together. I have just over 100 examples. Sasha, could we take one of those and put it next to one of the others, the more typical variety, so our viewers can see the difference? And you can see that little seal right there, exceptional cameo contrast. Now, I know there are a lot of seals out there for different things. The nice thing about my ECC seal, folks, is that it is an objective standard. So many of these seals require a lot of subjectivity. It's a lot of times it's a person's personal opinion of what a nice coin is for the given grade. But this coin, that coin on the left and the coin on the right, any novice can see the difference. There's an objective difference. That coin on the left has obviously a lot more cameo, an earlier strike off the die. Look at that piece. And it has that contrast on the obverse and reverse to get my ECC seal. And you look at the one on the right now, it's night and day. That's the difference between a high-end deep cameo and a low-end deep cameo. Now you look on eBay, for example. Here's some comps that we have for some Proof 69 deep cameos. There's a couple here. Here's one. They're around $100 for a lot of these. Here's one that sold in auction for several $1,000s. There's nothing to say that they're going to be a monster deep cameo when you get one of these. Here's, for example, this coin was loaned to me, Proof 70 deep cameo. Okay? A coin that, again, a lot of dealers would be selling for $1,500, $2,000, $3,000 and more. And again, just because you're getting a Proof 70 deep cameo doesn't mean you're going to get a monster cameo coin. That's the difference, okay? Your eyes don't lie. I've got a limited number of these pieces. It took me a long time to put these together. Please take a look at every one of these. Can we show the obverse and reverse of a couple of these so the viewers can see how spectacular these coins are? You're getting among the first strikes off the die with sensational cameo contrast, among the finest silver bicentennial Proof Kennedy half dollars in existence, folks. This is a coin I could easily ask, $395 for or $295 for, based on the fact that you're getting among the finest in existence. And believe me, when I go through these and putting these together, I would select about 1 out of every 15 examples that I would find in Proof 69 Deep Cameo. These are the elite. And the best part about it is normally when you get something that's obviously superior in price, you usually have to pay more. And here you got guys selling more typical 6.9 DCAM silvers for $100. I've got these for $49 because I'm the guy that did all the work. There's no middleman here. I did all the work with some help from my assistants. We went through and selected the finest examples. We didn't buy it from a dealer who bought it from another dealer. We cut out all the middle people. $49 a coin. And if you want to get 5, while I have these most spectacular pieces, you can own 5 for only $229. That's $45.80 a coin. $45.80 a coin. And then 10. While I have them, it drops down to $44.90 a coin. 10 for only $449. And finally, 20. We are getting a lot of, the phones are lighting up here. 20, folks, for only $849. That's $42, 45 cents a coin. Look at these. This is like a modern Proof struck, in the last 20 years. Again, you look at this 1991 that was struck in the modern era when proof making was really perfected. That's what this bicentennial looks like, only this bicentennial was struck in an era where that modern technology was not perfected. You don't see these in 1975, 1976 like we have them here today. Only $49 a coin. If we can do one more comparison, once again, with the typical 6.9 DCAM and one of the coins our viewers will be getting with my ECC seal, meaning I have personally reviewed every single one of these, and I'm doing it for only $49 a coin. If you want, again, 5 for only $229. While I have them, we just have over 100 pieces, and you see the difference. You are getting the exceptional cameo contrast seal with my example that you see there on the left versus the more typical, what I would call, again, it's on the low end of the deep cameo spectrum on the right there. And those coins are going for $100. These are only $49, 5 for only $229, 10 for only $449. If you just tuned in, call in now. We're going to end it right here. Finally, 20, we sold one set of 20, 2 sets of 20. Okay, so all right, 2 sets of 20. A set of 20 is only $849. Closing it out right here because, again, I just have over 100 examples. We've sold at least half of that right at this point. Thank you for watching this presentation. It's been a long time since I've been able to offer you bicentennial silver-proof Kennedys of this caliber. Finding them like this, like you see here, folks, it takes a lot of work. We are happy to do the work, because I love offering you coins that offer exceptional eye appeal, exceptional quality for their date, incredible rarity in the condition you see them in for this kind of price. Hope you're able to take advantage of it. Thank you for watching.
Looking for the best specials on rare numismatic gifts? Rare Collectibles TV has you covered. Check us out during Cyber Week, November 23rd through the 30th, for a brand new special every day. That's right, 8 different specials in 8 special days. Whether you're looking for rare gold or stunning silver coins, our eclectic variety of numismatic treasures will satisfy the most experienced collectors. Plus, get free shipping on all orders from November 27th to the 29th. Don't miss out on these collector-friendly offerings. Visit rarecollectiblestv.com. That's rarecollectiblestv.com.
This is a great coin that I have for you today. It's a great coin in its historical significance to this country, to U.S. numismatics. It's a great coin that is arguably the most beautiful design of its denomination. It's one of the true classics in American coinage. In the beauty, the quality, and rarity it offers you. I acquired one of the most important hoards of some of the finest known examples at a price that truly presents you with an opportunity of a lifetime. This coin, it's a true American classic, folks, where both the obverse and reverse of this design have been copied again and again on other coins and metals. And it's an American classic that almost didn't come to be, with a most fascinating story. The coin I have, we commonly refer to as the Buffalo nickel. First struck in 1913 and last struck in 1938. And the examples I have for you today from what may be the greatest known hoard rank among the finest surviving specimens. So spectacular in quality that NGC had special custom holders made for the Buffalo nickels from this historic hoard. Please take a look at these. The Great Buffalo Hoard. Again, these are among the finest known for the series. And most importantly, I was first in line for this historic hoard. I got them at a great price, and I'm passing my good fortune on to you today. Take a look at these, an MS66. This is the last year of this series. They only struck about 7 million examples of the 38D. Look at this coin. And this is an MS66. Beautiful custom holder, but look at this coin. Bold strike, the luster. I mean, the coin looks flawless. It's magnificent. And it's really rare. This beautiful, iconic design by James Earl Fraser on the obverse and reverse. And that great bison reverse. And at the very bottom there, you see the small d for the Denver Mint mark below the 5 cents. You know, this is really one of my all-time favorite United States coins. Now, I'm going to price them to you in a minute, but to appreciate the rarity of these coins and the superb quality of these coins, Buffalo nickels were one of the first coins I ever collected as a kid. I started collecting when I was 10 years old, and my Jefferson nickel collection was pretty complete. I mean, I had like about 90% of all the Jefferson nickels struck from 1938 through, you know, the 1960s when I was collecting. But the Buffalo nickel book that I had, well, I had some of the later dates. As you can see here, the 1936 had the highest mintage. They struck over 100 million examples. Puts the mintages here. I never did have a 1938D. They only struck 7 million of the 38D. But the biggest problem I had with finding the Buffalo nickels was the fact that the date was the first area to wear out on the Buffalo nickel. So when you look at these earlier dates, the one date I did find was a 1919, But you can see here when you look at it, and we're going to zoom in because you could barely see the date. I have to tilt it at just the right angle, and you could barely see the 1 and the 9 there right below there at the base of the neck there for the 1919 date. And that was the big problem with these. I had a hard time finding any Buffalo nickels when I was a kid that didn't have the dates worn off. These coins were heavily used in commerce, very heavily used in commerce. In fact, when you look at the entire series, to give you an idea of how rare these coins are, now they struck over 1 billion Buffalo nickels, 1.2 billion Buffalo nickels, over the entirety of the series from 1913 to 1938. But for the entire series, here's the total certified in MS66, 67, 67 plus, and 68 by NGC. 42,500 for the entire series in 66. 5,400 coins in 67. 172 in 68, none higher. It's really important to understand how rare these coins are in high-grade condition. So when you see them in auction, they've realized some extraordinary prices. These are auction prices realized, folks. Here's a 38D, MS66, sold in auction for $352. That's what it's sold for in auction, an MS66. Here's another Buffalo nickel, MS66, $297. Here's an MS67, $1,265 for an MS67, and that's what it's sold for in auction. Here's another one that's sold in auction, almost $2,000 for an MS67. And then you go to that 6/8 grade, it's over $20,000 for some of these coins in MS68. Here's another one that's sold in auction, over $20,000, $21,850. These coins are the perfect grade at the perfect price point. Because again, you look at these are so conservatively graded from the great Buffalo nickel hoard, folks. Take a look at one of these MS66. I'm going to price them now, and then I'm going to tell you the story about the Buffalo nickel, because this is a coin that, again, almost didn't exist. Almost didn't exist. I have these today, the 38Ds in the MS66 from the great Buffalo hoard. Folks, these are not $3.99 or $2.99 or even $1.99. $99 a coin. $99 a coin for a 1938D in MS66 condition. Again, you look at one of these, it looks flawless to the eye. You can ask yourself, well, why isn't it a 68? They're simply spectacular. No heavy dings or abrasions of any kind. A magnificent high relief design, one of the all-time American classics. When you consider the quality, when you look at these coins, among the finest known. Among the finest known. But again, we bought this entire collection, a once-in-a-lifetime collection. Many came from original rolls that had never been unwrapped. Can you imagine that? An original roll from 1938. Coins that were still in the original roll, with the original luster. Look at these things. They're magnificent. To find a Buffalo nickel anywhere near this condition, it would have been a dream come true as a collector. The great Buffalo hoard, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, this iconic design, this classic. Now for the story of the Buffalo nickel, folks. We've got a lot of folks calling in. Now I want to get to the story. If you're not familiar with the Buffalo nickel, the story of the Buffalo nickel actually begins in 1904, when Teddy Roosevelt looked at the American coins in our circulation, and to put it mildly, he was not happy. In fact, he was quite distressed. He was so upset, he took the time to write a letter to the director of the U.S. Mint in 1904, expressing his dissatisfaction with the artistic state of our American coinage. In this letter, dated December 27th, 1904, to the Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary Shaw, Roosevelt wrote, "My dear Secretary Shaw, I think our coinage is artistically of atrocious hideousness. Would it be possible, without asking the permission of Congress, to employ a man like St. Gaudens to give us a coinage that would have some beauty?" Now, Roosevelt ranks among my favorite presidents, President Theodore Roosevelt. He was a great believer in the American dream. He believed that America was a land of opportunity, that every American should have the ability, the opportunity to improve their life through hard work and virtuous living. And to that end, he believed our coinage, something that every American shared, should be inspirational, should be a great work of art. He believed that art should be available to all Americans, not just the wealthy. And so our coins should represent that greatness with great art. And it should have the inspirational symbols that would be daily reminders of who we are as a nation and the kind of people we strive to be. And what better way to inspire than through our coinage, as daily reminders of what we represent as a nation. You know, the words liberty, in God we trust, e pluribus unum, United States of America, on every coin. And so Roosevelt hoped to hire Augustus St. Gaudens, the famed sculptor, to redesign all our coins. But St. Gaudens was only able to design two coins, the gold double eagle and the $10 eagle, before he tragically died of cancer in 1907. Well, other great sculptors of the time stepped in to fill St. Gaudens' shoes. One of these sculptors was James Earl Fraser. He was a world-renowned sculptor in his own right, who actually had once been a student of St. Gaudens. Now, one of the coins which Roosevelt felt needed redesign was the Liberty nickel, which had been in production since 1883. And so, in 1911, the Mint enlisted the services of James Earl Fraser to create a new design for the nickel denomination. Now, originally, the new nickel that the Mint proposed was to feature a portrait of Lincoln. But Lincoln was already on the cent, which had been in production since 1909. So before long, Fraser developed some ideas of his own and prepared wax models of an Indian head and a buffalo, both uniquely American. In the words of Fraser, written in a letter to Franklin McVeigh, Secretary of the Treasury, the idea of the Indian and the buffalo on the same coin is without doubt purely American and seems to be singularly appropriate to have on one of our national coins. You will see that the Indian that I have sculpted is entirely different than any that have ever been used on a U.S. coin in the past. Most of the heads of those other coins that have been used in the past have been Caucasians with an Indian headdress. In this case, I have avoided using the war bonnet and have made a purely Indian type. In July of 1912, this new proposed design, with the portrait of a Native American Indian on the obverse and the buffalo on the reverse, was made public for the first time. And information on this new coin was given to all the vending machine manufacturers for their approval. And this was when this new nickel design ran into trouble, folks. It almost never came to be. This man here, his name was Clarence Hobbs. Now, it's not a very flattering portrait. Makes him look like a pretty bad guy. But he was just a businessman looking out for his own interest. And he owned a company, it was called Hobbs Manufacturing, and they made vending machines. And he objected to the new design because he claimed that the high relief of the new nickel and its other design elements made it more difficult for his machines to detect slugs. And so the introduction of this new nickel design was delayed as Hobbs and the Mint began embroiled in a debate that went on for months. So months passed, and despite several accommodations by the Mint, on February 3rd, Hobbs sent Mint Director Roberts another long list of changes that had to be made to this beautiful coin design in order to work in his machines. More demands from Hobbs. Now, James Fraser, at this point, the sculptor of the design, he was at his wit's end. Major changes in the design would in effect totally sterilize the beauty of his artistic creation, and he expressed his frustration in a letter to Secretary McVeigh. Now, this last appeal by Fraser apparently tipped the scale in his favor, as the Secretary also appreciated the beauty of the design, and he also did not want the Mint to lose the services of one of the greatest sculptors of our time. So in a final letter to the Mint, Secretary McVeigh gave his decision, quoting, in his response, "It is fortunate that the commercial interests involved are relatively slight, for one must always be impressed in such a case by the claims of business. It is, of course, true that only the most serious business considerations should stand in the way of an improvement of the coinage. And this particular coin has great claims of its own because of its special quality. If we should stop new coinage for any commercial obstacles less than imperative, we should have to abandon a worthy coinage altogether. This would be a most serious handicap to the art of the nation. For scarcely any form of art is more influential than an artistic coin where the coin is widely circulated. You will please therefore proceed with the coinage of the new nickel." And that's when the Buffalo nickel was finally approved in 1913. And so with that final letter from Secretary McVeigh, James Earl Fraser's artistic version prevailed, and the Buffalo nickel, or what we sometimes call the Indian head nickel, was born. Arguably the most beautiful, the most popular nickel ever struck by the U.S. Mint. Folks, especially in the condition I have them in. Again, this is extraordinary condition. The last year of the series. 1938 was the last year the Buffalo nickel was struck, over 75 years ago, before World War II, during the Great Depression. Now, the Buffalo nickel was discontinued after only being struck for 25 years, from 1913 to 1938, a very short time, especially compared to the Jefferson nickel, which was first struck in 1938, still being struck today. And it's because of the design of the Buffalo nickel. You see, folks, when you look at this coin, the beautiful higher relief of the portrait, when you look at the obverse and reverse, it's very three-dimensional. And a nickel is a very, very hard metal. It's a very difficult coin to strike up fully. And this beautiful higher relief of the portrait, the detail, required more die pressure than the earlier Liberty nickel. And as a result, the dies used to strike the Buffalo nickel were 3 to 5 times faster than for the earlier Liberty nickel. So it was a real problem at the mint. Now, by law, when they had a new coin design, it had to be struck for at least 25 years. So because of all these issues, because of the problems getting dies and the die wear, dies breaking, so in 1938, that was the 25th year that the Buffalo nickel was in production. And by law, a coin series that was introduced had to be struck for a minimum of 25 years. Well, 1938 was the 25th year, and so that's when they decided to discontinue the coin because they were having so many problems striking these coins. And that's when they began striking the Jefferson nickel. That's, again, still being struck to this day. But during that short time in production, folks, from 1913 to 1938, our nation was truly blessed with one of the great numismatic masterpieces in the history of the U.S. Mint. Again, very, very few of these were saved. Again, folks, if you just tuned in, this is the great Buffalo nickel hoard. This is the greatest group of high-grade Buffalo nickels anyone's offered in the history of Coin TV anywhere. We have several hundred examples in MS66 condition. The best part of all is the price. If you want an MS66, again, we had tremendous good fortune in acquiring the entire collection, and we're passing that good fortune on to you. Here is a coin that in past auctions have sold for $300, $400, $500 in MS66 condition. We have them for $99 a coin. A Buffalo nickel. You look at this close up, you can understand why it's MS66. It's essentially, it's a perfect coin. I can't find a problem with it. The highest possible grade, folks, is MS70. That represents perfection. There are no Buffalo nickels in MS70 or even MS69, and there's only a handful in MS68. Here you look at this coin, the Avars 1938. Look at this. It is a masterpiece. And then when you look at the reverse, the bison, all that detail fully struck up. The D, small d mint mark at the very bottom of the coin, it's at 6 o'clock representing struck at the Denver Mint. The spectacular, superb uncirculated gem Buffalo nickels we have today really represent a unique opportunity. $99 a coin. I mean, this is part of an old-time collection, folks. I have never had a group of Buffalo nickels in this virtually flawless condition like I have for you today in such quantity with this original condition like I have for you today. This is a dream come true as a collector. Again, I've been a fan of the Buffalo nickels since I first started collecting when I was 10 years old. It was a coin I always loved. I could never find them. They were so worn, you couldn't even read the dates on them when you could find them. And to get them in this condition is spectacular. It's spectacular. I hope you can take advantage of it. We've got a lot of folks calling in. Again, the great Buffalo nickel hoard, sensational collection that, you know, I haven't had Buffalo nickels of this quality to offer you in years. And this collection, where I have several hundred in MS66 condition, you take a look at this, a custom label that NGC made specially for this collection. And we just have them at a great price. Let's give them one last close-up of the MS66 because, again, it's such a beautiful, classic, iconic design. It is an artistic masterpiece, a coin that almost never came to be. And its life was a relatively short life because of the difficulty of striking this design up, this high relief, striking up this high relief design on this nickel planchet, the nickel being a very, very hard planchet, to get all this design detail. It is a stunning, stunning coin. The 6.6s are only $99. This is the perfect rate at the perfect price point. Get them while we have them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's been an absolute thrill to be able to offer this great American classic for you today at such a great, great price. Thank you for watching.
Let me tell you about all the different kinds of coins we have on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, Morgan dollars, Peace dollars, St. Gaudens double eagles, cap bust half dollars, Washington quarters, standing Liberty quarters, wheatback Lincoln cents, gold buffaloes, and currency as well. We're always looking for coins with exceptional eye appeal for their date, very high quality for their date, and are rare in the condition they're being offered.
If you've just seen our presentation on the Great Buffalo Nickel Hoard, it's a compelling story. This is one of the greatest artistic masterpieces in all of United States coinage. The Buffalo nickel that was struck from 1913 to 1938. Period of 25 years. That's a relatively short time for a numismatic series. 25 years was the minimum a coin series would be struck by act of Congress. When they introduced a new coin series, the rule was, or the law stated, that the coin should be struck for at least 25 years. The one exception to that rule was for the Franklin half dollar. Because of the tragic assassination of John F. Kennedy in 1963, a special legislation was passed to begin striking the Kennedy half dollar for 1964, which brought the Franklin series to a premature end after having only been struck since 1948. But that was the only exception. The Buffalo nickel, the coin designed by James Fraser, Earl Fraser, during the Renaissance era, one of the great artistic masterpieces. But struck in this high relief with this nickel planchet, which was a very hard metal. It wore the dies and broke the dies at 3 to 5 times faster than the previous series, the Liberty nickels, which were struck from 1813 to 1912. And so after that 25-year period, they stopped production of the Buffalo nickel. They've been striking the Jefferson nickel ever since. So here you have this beautiful classic of a coin. But because of the demands of striking this coin in this high relief, with all this detail you see when you look at these coins in this sensational grade, it was a short-lived series. So to get these coins in this extraordinary condition, I made a presentation on the greatest group of high-grade Buffalo nickels ever offered. We had some examples in 6.6 and 6.7 grade. Out of the entire collection, folks, we had several hundred examples graded in 6.7. And we have approximately 40 examples that came back in MS 67 plus. Now, this is the highest grade ever offered anywhere on Coin TV, 6.7 plus. These are so rare. You take a look at one of these, folks. I mean, again, this is the greatest group of Buffalo nickels in mint state condition has ever been offered. And it's so extraordinary, so momentous. Again, NGC designed a special holder just for this hoard, the Great Buffalo Nickel Hoard. You look at this coin, and it truly is state-of-the-art. From 1938, during the heights of the Great Depression, a coin to survive in this condition. You look at this, it was like it was struck yesterday. It is breathtaking, absolutely breathtaking. A coin, in the words of James Fraser, again, when he designed this coin, it was really, really important that the coin he was designing be uniquely American. So in his words, when he designed this Buffalo nickel, in the words of Fraser in a letter to Franklin McVeigh, who was Secretary of the Treasury, the idea of the Indian and the buffalo on the same coin is without doubt purely American and seems to be singularly appropriate to have on one of our national coins. You will see that the Indian that I have sculpted is entirely different than any that has ever been used on a U.S. coin in the past. Most of the heads on those coins in the past have been Caucasians. with an Indian headdress. In other words, they would use a Caucasian model, put an Indian headdress on the model, and that would, like the Indian cent, for example. There was an actual Caucasian. In Fraser's case, in this case, I have avoided using the war bonnet and have made it a purely Indian type. So an actual Native American portrait on the obverse with the bison or buffalo reverse. It's a classic, folks. The Buffalo Nickel series will forever go down as probably the most beautiful nickel ever struck by the U.S. Mint. And for that reason alone, it's going to be an all-time classic favorite among collectors. And the fact that we bought this entire collection, this historic collection, we bought the entire collection. We got these coins at a great price. Now, 6, 7 plus, folks, these are so rare. You take a look at this, the number of examples certified in this extraordinary grade for the entire series. This will blow your mind. They struck 1.2 billion Buffalo nickels. Now, they were struck for commerce. The vast majority went into circulation. Very few. Here are the total NGC populations. They've graded 42,006.6, only 5,406.7. 405 examples in 6, 7 plus. This is for the entire series from 1913 to 1938. Only 172 in 6.8, none higher. Now, to put that in perspective, I've got that number next to the Morgan Dollar series. A much larger coin, you would think the Buffalo Nickel being a much smaller coin, there would be a lot more examples in high grade. But the opposite is true, and that, again, is due to the fact that they were struck for commerce. The vast majority went into commerce, and those that survived uncirculated, very few were struck well enough to grade MS-67. So you see there in the Morgan Dollar series, over 18,000 certified in 6.7, over 1,100 in 6.8, 6 and 6.9. There are no MS-69 Buffalo Nickels. Only 5,400 in 6.7. And as you saw in the last chart, only 405 in 6, 7 plus. You know, 1 in every 200,000 coins surviving in 6, 7 or higher grade. And 6, 7 plus, folks, they're extraordinary rarities. This is the only time you'll see us offer a coin like this again. This is a unique, once-in-a-lifetime window of opportunity. Once these coins are gone from the great Buffalo Nickel hoard, that's it. We have a handful of examples, just a few dozen in 6, 7 plus. They're only $950 a coin. To put that in perspective, take a look at what some Buffalo Nickels in very high grade have sold for in the past. Here's a 1938D, MS-67, not 6, 7 plus, a 6, 7. $1,997.50. That's what it sold for in auction, price realized. Could have been a dealer who bought that. A lot of times they are dealers. Here's another 6.7 that sold for $1,265. And then you go to a 6.7 plus. Here's one that sold for $2,115 for a 6.7 plus. Again, these are auction prices realized. Here's one that sold for over $3,100 in 6.7 plus. Here's one that sold for almost $4,500 in 6, 7 plus. And then when you go to 6.8, you're talking over $20,000 for a 6.8. I have the small group with this unique pedigree, the finest group of Buffalo Nickels in the history of the series, in my opinion. I don't think anybody's ever had a group of 38Ds where we had several hundred examples in MS-66. We had a few hundred in 6.7, and this handful, a few dozen in MS-67 plus. We bought the entire deal. We got them at a great price, a coin that we would normally have to sell for $2,500 or $19.95. We've got for $950 a coin. We've got people calling in on this. Again, it's going to be a very, very short presentation because of the limited quantities of the finest examples. These 1938Ds and MS-67 plus. I mean, the only grade higher is the 6.8s, and those are so very, very rare. You take a look at this coin, it looks like it was struck yesterday. Full, bold detail in all areas. I mean, it looks like a presentation piece. It looks like a specimen. It's an absolutely breathtaking masterpiece, obverse and reverse. It's one of those rare United States coins where the reverse is as beautiful and inspirational as the obverse. I mean, James Earl Frazier's masterpiece, Buffalo nickel design struck from 1913 to 1938. And this great Buffalo nickel hoard, again, with this unique pedigree. Once these are gone, that'll be it, folks. The greatest group of Buffalo nickels, this most desirable coin in the United States coinage from the 20th century in this extraordinary condition. So very, very rare for only $950 a coin. Again, when you look at this coin, it's really, really important to stress that it's the high relief of this design, the three-dimensional appearance of the obverse and reverse on this nickel planchet, a very hard planchet. You know, it wore the dies at a very, very high rate. A series had to be struck for at least 25 years as mandated by law by Congress. So once that 25 years came in 1938, the first struck in 1913, 1938, they said, that's it. They only struck 7 million in 1938 Ds, the last year of the issue. The peak for the series was 1936, when they struck over 100 million 1936 Ps. You know, and again, if you've tuned into the earlier presentation, I loved collecting Buffalo nickels when I was a kid, but I couldn't find them because most of the time the dates were worn off. This is my actual Buffalo nickel set, folks, that I started when I was 10 years old. And it had a lot of holes in it. I had some of the later dates, and you know, when I could find them in circulation. But then when you got to the earlier dates, this is the only early date that I was able to find. I don't even think I got it in circulation. I may have gotten it in a coin shop, but you could barely see the date when we zoom in here. And this is the big problem. One of the other problems with the series is that the date would wear away, and it was a lot of times you couldn't even see the date anymore. Most early Buffalo nickels that have still survived, you can't even read, the dates are gone, they're worn away. And in this case, you could barely see the 1-9 at the end of the date. So to have these examples, again, so fully struck like this, so superb. Again, these are much rarer than something like the Morgan dollars in high grade condition. These are just so very, very rare for only $950 a coin from this unique, extraordinary hoard. You know, we've had some great collections that we've offered over the past several years. You know, the gold double eagles from the great European bank hoard, the great Morgan and Peace dollar, silver dollar hoard, where Jack and I acquired many, many bags of brilliant uncirculated Morgan and Peace dollars. But then to get these Buffalo nickels, this great Buffalo nickel hoard, many of which came from original rolls that had never been opened, to have such coins in such extraordinary condition, among the very finest known. Again, there are no examples graded in MS-69. There was only a handful graded in 6/8, and only 405 examples in the entire series. Only 405 coins in the entire series in MS-67 plus, graded by NGC. That's it, 405 out of 1.2 billion coins originally struck. And we have them for only $950 a coin. We've got a lot of folks calling in. I'm going to end it right here. Boy, I hope you can take advantage of this. This is one of the great classics. This is a coin you want to put away. Put away for your kids, your grandkids for the long term. If you can get more than one, get more than one while we have them. We have a very, very limited quantity of these coins in MS-67 plus. It's been an absolute thrill to be able to offer this coin to you today, folks. This is, again, one of the great American classics struck during the Renaissance era. It is a coin that is to be treasured, you know, to show to your friends. I mean, this is something you show to somebody who's never bought a rare coin before, has never seen a Buffalo nickel perhaps in their entire life. You show this coin to them and it's gonna, you know, blow their minds. It's a coin that is an absolute, when you hold one of these in your hand and you really look at it, it's just so breathtakingly beautiful. And to have it survive in this kind of condition, it's a miracle. It's a miracle. So I hope you can get at least one. Thank you for watching. This is Rick Tomaska on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. But please stay tuned for our next presentation coming right up. We have more great United States rare coins to offer you here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show, Rare Collectibles TV. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
Howdy, collectors. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. I'm going to be your host for $20 gold St. Gaudens. And I'm going to get right into this. This is big news, ladies and gentlemen. This is not a common St. Gaudens coin. This is not a 1928 or a 1924, one of those dates that you see everywhere. Hey, and by the way, I love those coins. But we found something really rare. There is a catch. Always a catch, right? The catch is we don't have a lot. I'm sorry. This is not a European bank hoard coin. This is a coin that Jack went out and found one at a time, literally. And then he came to me and said, I could hardly get any of these coins. I think what we should do is go down a grade and it'll be a lot easier, or go down 2 grades and it'll be a lot easier. And then he said, the way prices are going today, that's what we got to do. And I said, Jack, you know what? We've spent so much time already accumulating what we have, a couple dozen coins or so. Let's do it. Let's tell our great collectors, this is a last chance. Let's tell them what a great coin this is. So let's start right now. $20 gold, but not 1928s. And I love the $20 gold, but here, they're 1911Ds. So first off, take a look, because this is numismatic art on display. And believe it or not, these coins were originally struck for commerce, struck to be spent, to be circulated. Now, these never made it into circulation. They're mint state 64s. Now, this is no ordinary grade of uncirculated either, ladies and gentlemen. This is really getting up there. These coins are valuable. They're a little piece of history in original condition, and they're well over 100 years old, close to 110 years old at this point. So, why are $20 gold St. Gaudens so sought after? Well, it really goes back to 1849 in the California Gold Rush. Massive amounts of gold were discovered. And, you know, at that time in 1849, there was gold coins circulating in the United States of America, United States gold coins. There were $10 golds. There were $5 and 2.5s, and there were even $3 gold, and there were $1 gold. But once gold was discovered in California in 1849, the big gold coin, the granddaddy, the $20 double eagle, was issued. Began in 1850 as a Liberty. And the Liberty $20 gold was a workhorse as well. But when Teddy Roosevelt became president, in the early part of the 20th century, one of his main desires for his presidency was to redesign our coinage. He hated the way our coinage looked. He wrote letters and talked about their atrocious hideousness of the American coins designs. So Theodore Roosevelt was a man of action. And what he did was he enlisted the preeminent sculptor of his time, Augustus St. Gaudens, who had designed Teddy Roosevelt's inaugural medal. And he asked Augustus St. Gaudens if he would redesign American coinage, add art to coinage. He didn't like any of the designs. He wanted a nation like America to be represented in its coinage with lots of art on its coinage. And so Augustus St. Gaudens, he was ill at the time, unfortunately, and he was only able to complete 2 designs, one of which we have today, the $20 gold double eagle, the St. Gaudens. Now, I really want to stress a couple of things. Number one, this coin is struck at Denver. And like I said, this is a coin that was struck to be used in commerce. And it's a big, heavy gold coin. It has nearly an ounce of gold in it. And the striking process for this coin was similar to any coin striking process that you see, where on a high-speed press, they'd be cranking the coins out, and they would fall into a hopper and abrade each other, and you get a lot of contact marks, and almost every single one of these coins is going to be scuffed up or scratched up. Forget where. So when you start getting into a grade of uncirculated, that's not the beginning grade of MS60 or 61 or 62 or even 63, but 64, then you're really getting somewhere. And you're getting a coin that has all the original luster, that just eye appeal galore, lots of strike, originality. That's why I love this coin. Now, unfortunately, there's no quantity. So act fast, because the price is going to be amazing. Here's why. First of all, let's take a look. We all know the St. Gaudens design. There's the original. That's a high relief. That was issued in 1907. And that's really what made the coin so famous, is that coin right there was struck to illustrate to the world the art behind our coinage and the technology, what we could do. Now, unfortunately, the very first year, the 1907, being a high relief, was not stackable. So it wasn't practical for banks or merchants or anybody to deal in. 1908, the mints that struck this coin were Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Denver. Now, the series of the St. Gaudens, which was issued between 1908 and 1933, about 70 million coins. Take a look at how many of that were struck at Denver. You can see Denver produced the fewest amount of saints of all of them. Now, you can't talk about St. Gaudens production without talking about the great melts of the 1930s during the Great Depression. Now, during the Great Depression, gold was very valuable, as it's always been in the United States of America. But back then, gold was money. You and I think of it as money today, too. But that thinking that gold was money was dating all the way back to Egyptian times. Here is a really great rundown of the melts that took place when Franklin Delano Roosevelt ordered in 1933 that gold be returned to the Treasury. Simply put, if you as an American citizen owned more than $100 in face value in gold, you were required to turn it into the Treasury, and it was then melted down. And so the mint kept records of the amount of gold coins that they melted for each size. And you can see that the $20 gold, almost 40% of all the $20 golds ever struck were melted. That is your first indication of how rare the 1911D is. Here's the second. The St. Gaudens is such a popular coin because most of the St. Gaudens that people collect are available in abundance because of the high mintages, not the 11D. Only 846,500 11Ds were struck. Of that, only 25,675 have been certified in mint state. And that's not just in the last year. That's since the mid-1980s. And in mint state 64, the grade we're featuring, look at this, only 8,093. And if you like percentages, look at that. Not even 1%, almost, but not even, 0.96%. Less than 1% grade a certified MS64 of the 1911D. So, ladies and gentlemen, the 11D is an undervalued rarity. Here's the finest known, a mint state 67 plus. Not that many grades higher. I mean, we're in 64, so you got 65, 66, 67. That coin traded at over $55,000 in an auction, and you know what that means? It started at a pretty darn low price, and it worked its way up to over $55,000. That's the 1911D. The Smithsonian, which has the world's greatest coin collection, does not have a 1911D and a mint state 64. Their example is a mint state 63. And thousands of people come from all over the world to view that coin collection to look at that 1911D. We have them in Mint State 64. $3,795, 2 payments of $1,897.50. Now we're really getting somewhere, folks, because take a look at those coins. Don't you love TV? Because really, on TV, you can really refer to that old adage that a picture is worth 1,000 words. Because what you're seeing right there, folks, you see the knee that is raised up on Liberty there as she's striding forward? You don't see any black rub there. That's a high point of the coin. Almost every saint is going to have some contact there. Look at these hand-picked examples. $3,795. Less than 1% of the 1911Ds have ever been certified. Now, let's take, for example, one of the most popular of all the St. Gaudens, 1928 from Philadelphia. It's a great coin. We love it. It's beautiful. You can buy them in 6.4, definitely. Let me tell you, the mintage of that coin is 8,800,000. So the 1911D, less than 10% of that mintage. Now, when you consider that almost 40% of all the $20 gold pieces were melted by our own government, you take that figure and you almost cut it in half. The rarity really starts to come through. So in 1928, Philadelphia struck St. Gaudens with a mintage of 8.8 million. Just in Mint State 64 alone, there have been over 37,000 examples that have been certified. The 1911D, 8,000. Big difference. 2 great-looking coins, true history, but when you talk rarity, 1911D, one of those really below-the-radar examples. Now, the ultimate way we discover rarity of a coin is to start off with its mintage. Because high mintage coins, you melt 39% of them, you're still going to have a lot more left over. A low mintage coin. And then it goes through all the history, including the melts. Then you see why not even 1% of 1911Ds have ever been certified in a Mint State 64. That's rarity. Here's what's really important. Now, number one, they're never going to let me do Mint State 64 1911Ds again because we can't get them. It just takes too many phone calls, too much looking. It's fruitless. There's just no coins out there. That means we're going to have to set our sights on either a different year or a lower grade. And I'll tell you, the way coins are going right now, if we bump it down to 6.3, we're going to have to charge just about the same price anyways. So keep that in mind. We all know that in 1986, the United States of America issued a coin with the same design as the $20 St. Gaudens. Well, because the $20 St. Gaudens is known far and wide as the most beautiful example of a coin ever struck. You won't get too much of an argument out of anybody there. Just a classic. It's an inspiration to the American Gold Eagle program. And such an inspiration, actually, that Augustus St. Gaudens Avars was brought back on the coin. And the reason why I mention that is because the American Gold Eagle program is wildly popular. But you want the original $20 golds, then here's what you're up against. The first year of the American Gold Eagle was 1986. And in a Mint State, they struck 1.362 million coins. Now, here's the other thing also. They didn't melt 39% of those coins. They didn't melt any of them. Every single one that has been struck is still out there. The $20 golds, not just the fact that they melted almost 40% during that short span, 1933 to 1939, but these coins got put into jewelry. They got worn out from over circulation or plain old circulation. They got damaged and then melted down. So the attrition rate of a $20 gold piece dating back from 1911, just going to blow a 1986 Gold Eagle out of the water. And the Gold Eagles are not used as money. So they don't get worn out. They don't circulate. The $20 gold has nearly an ounce of gold in it. The largest gold coin the United States of America struck for circulation. So in 1911, from Denver, when they struck 846,000 coins, what did they do with those coins? They released them into circulation. They sent them to banks. Your grandfather may have gone to the bank to get a 1911D. So this coin, today, really a great anomaly that it even exists. Anyway, the 1986, there it is right there with a mintage over 1.3 million. And here's why I like to point out why the $20 gold St. Gaudens are such a must-buy. Here's the 1986 Gold Eagle. Great coin. Look at it. Over $4,600. Now, on my list here, I had another favorite. The 1999 had a mintage of 1.5 million. Everybody wanted one. Here's a 1999, beautiful grade. It's being offered at $15,000. Got a way higher mintage, nearly twice, 1.5 million. That's the reason why at 846,000, and don't forget, hardly any being certified, makes the 11D a must-have coin. Now, I got to tell you guys, they didn't really want me to come up and do these coins. It was Jack and Rick both. They said, look, we have so many collectors today that there's just not going to be enough coins for everybody who wants one. And I understand that. So if you don't get one, I really apologize. There are other ways where we might be able to help you. So if you miss out on this deal, please don't hesitate to push a little bit harder. We'll work it out. But right now, these are in such limited supply. And if you want a 1911D and you want to get it in that near gem condition, Mint State 64, of which only 8,000 coins exist in a Mint State 64, this is the time. $3,795. Now, I'm not going to act like that's a small chunk of change, but when I look at some of these other coins that are really tributes to the great St. Gaudens selling for $10,000 and $15,000, I know that the original issues of numismatic gold, of original United States gold, are the coin to collect today. Now, I'm not going to say that you'll always be able to buy the modern issues whenever you need them. But let's be blunt. They have a lot more of a head start. This coin, the 1911, you can't find them. You can't find them in 6.3. They're hard to find in 6.2. They only certified 8,000, I think it was 8,093 in 6.4. And ladies and gentlemen, when you look into the figures of how many have been certified from the lowest uncirculated grade to the highest, it's only 3%. That's it. So look at it this way. 97% of all the 1911D $20 Saints are in circulated condition. That's a reason why you gotta buy them now. You just gotta. Now, I have got to tell you, when you combine everything, the history of the gold rush, the striking of the first $20 gold double eagles in 1850, the workhorse coin of commerce that the $20 gold was, that every one of these coins that were struck, whether it be from 1850 or 1911, were struck and then released into circulation and spent as money. So when you look at a coin that's almost 110 years old, that coin never sat in a cash register, never circulated anywhere, never was carried in a pocket or worn as a piece of jewelry. It's an original. $3,795, 2 payments of $1,897.50. Now, in the future, when we do get more 1911Ds, I want you to know we will strive to get the highest grades we can. But one thing every one of us has noticed, I hear it from Rick, I hear it from Jack, I hear it from the other coin buyers that assist Jack, where are all the numismatic $20 Saints going? They're disappearing at an alarming rate. Collectors are demanding those coins. I think a lot of it has to do with Rick, to be really honest with you, and Jack, because these two guys get up there. They ruin it for me because they do all these really big hordes of great coins, and then I'm left to find like a pocket full of coins. It's tough to find coins today. I don't know how those guys do it, let me tell you. But even they're having a hard time. We were talking about it the other day, and we were just amazed that things have gotten so tough. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got to wrap this presentation up. Let's get down to brass tacks before we finish. We are offering a very limited supply of Mint State 64 1911 $20 gold St. Gaudens. The ultimate United States gold coin, known throughout all the decades since it was struck as the ultimate numismatic treasure. So once in a while, we get a really small quantity. And the thing we never do is sacrifice the quantity that we can get for the quality that we can deliver. So what you have here is the highest quality, but it's a small quantity, and I really apologize for that. But this presentation is all about the rarity of the 11D at $3,795, a coin that does not get certified anywhere near as often as almost all of the other Saints that you see out there. One last time for $3,795. If I've left anything out, I'll come back at you again another time and I'll add some more to it. But I want to thank you all for watching Rare Collectibles TV and thinking about $20 gold St. Gaudens all the way back to 1911. Thanks, and stay tuned.
From day one, I have lived by a real simple mission statement. It's a mission statement that I share with every employee who comes to work at Rare Collectibles TV. It's what we are all about. It's what our DNA is. It's real simple. It's that our service is providing the perfect coin for you. It's telling you, letting you know that we understand that coin collecting is a very personal experience and that we share your goal as fellow numismatic archaeologists to make the collecting experience as pleasurable and fun as possible for you. Thank you for these few minutes. Got a fantastic collector special for you folks here today. What I have today are the last of the Philadelphia Mint proof Lincoln cents. The Philadelphia Mint was offering proof sets to the public up through 1964, and that was the last year they offered proof sets. After that, it switched to the San Francisco Mint. They had a much different technology. Once they switched to San Francisco, they started using hard plastic packaging instead of the soft cellophane envelopes. And so the more modern packaging, the better technology at the San Francisco Mint meant once you got a proof coin, you had a better guarantee of getting a really, really nice quality coin. During the Philadelphia Mint era, folks, you ordered a proof set from the Mint, and here's the packaging it came in. Envelope, you had to pay a premium for your proof set back then, and you sent your money to the Mint, and it came in this cellophane envelope, and there were a lot of problems with it. They weren't really airtight, and they were pliable, so that meant the cellophane was always rubbing against the proof coins, which would abrade the coins. So there was a lot of problems with this Philadelphia Mint packaging. Now, For those of you who are new to collecting, I'll briefly explain what a mint state coin and a proof coin is. The mint state coins are the coins that are struck for general circulation, the kind of coins you find in your pocket change. The mint isn't as concerned about the quality of striking mint state coins as they are in getting them out in quantity at the cheapest price possible. So for example, in the Lincoln cents in mint state, back in the 50s and 60s, they were striking them by the hundreds of millions, sometimes by the billions, because they needed them for commerce. Proof coins were struck especially for collectors. They took the finest dies, they polished them to a very high degree. They put the coin blanks, the planchets, through a special kind of polishing, and then they slowly hand-fed them into the dies, and then struck them not once but twice under higher pressure to bring out every detail. And then, most importantly, while mint state coins, once struck, were dumped into bins where they were all abraded with other coins, proof coins were individually handled and put in these separate compartments. Now, unfortunately, this packaging, again, was pretty inferior. And it was especially poor when it came to Lincoln cents, because Lincoln cents are copper, the most reactive of all the metals, more reactive than nickel, more reactive than silver. So here you have proof coins sitting in these packages for 50, 60 years. Most of them are really hazy, ugly coins. I've got to make this a quick presentation, folks, to be able to offer them at this kind of price I have today. Take a look at the coins I have for you, folks. Take a look at these. What I have for you today, you can take your pick, your choice of the 1961, the 1962, the 1963, or the 1964 Lincolns in proof 67 red. Red meaning they have their beautiful original color, not red, brown, or brown. And Kim's going to give you a hand shot of just one of them. Just give them a hand shot of the 61, since that's the earliest date. These are stunning, folks. Now, I've pulled comps. I could show you all kinds of comps on these. They're generally around $50, $60. Here's one, a 61 in proof 67 red for $49.95. Here's one for $59. Here's one for $79. Look at this piece. It looks like it just came off the die. That's the 61. You could take your pick of dates. They're $23 a coin. Your choice of dates, $23 a coin. You won't find that kind of price for this kind of quality anywhere else. And if you want to buy a second coin, let's say you want to get a 62, a second coin, we guarantee you a different date for the same price. $23 a coin. And if you want a third date, a third coin, we guarantee you a third different date for the same price, $23 a coin. Look at this piece. As Kim tilts it around, you see the bright proof surfaces. Look at the black fields. Because, again, these came from highly polished dies, so the dies had a mirrored surface to them. And then, folks, if you want a fourth coin, 61 to 64, also only $23 a coin. So you can get 4 different dates, all for only $92. $92, folks. That's it, $92. If you submitted one of these yourself for grading, well, you have to pay the shipping costs. The grading fee is about $20. They're going to ship it back to your registered mail, which is about $20. It's going to cost you at least $45 just to get it graded. Forget about the cost of the coin. Here, they're $23 a coin, $92 for these 4 coins. Now, if you want to go back a little earlier and get a couple of these earlier dates, which are a little tougher, here you've got the 59 and the 60. The 59 is noteworthy because the 59 is the first year that the Lincoln cent used the memorial reverse. The memorial reverse. They only struck about 1 million proof sets in 1959 versus probably about 1 billion mint state, Lincoln cents. And very few of those million look like this piece, folks. And if you want to get the 1959 and the 1960 large date. You can get all 6 for, again, an additional $46, which is, again, $23 a coin. All 6 coins for only $138. $138. I'm not done yet, because the best is yet to come. Check out the last 4 dates in this set. Because what we have at the bottom, folks, are the last years of the Wheatback Lincoln. Very low mintages, 670,000 struck of the 1956. Here you got coins that are 60 years old. Look at this piece. The Wheatback Lincoln, struck at an era where very few people were collecting, folks. These Wheatbacks are most highly in demand. That's the 56. You're going to get 3 Wheatback Lincolns, the 56, for the entire set. Wait till you hear the entire set price, folks. The 56, the 57, proof 67 red, the 58, proof 67 red, the last year of the Wheatback Lincoln. And finally, a bonus coin, the 1960 small date Lincoln, folks. And I'm going to show you a picture that shows you the 60 small date Lincoln, but the difference between this and the large date. This coin is so very much in demand. The 60 small date, basically the date is just smaller than the large date. It represents about estimated 4% of the total mintage for that year. That means, I'm going to show you a chart on the rarity. But Kim's got a blow-up chart. There's the large date at the top. There's the small date at the bottom. You can see the O is smaller. The 6 and the 9 don't extend as far out on the small date as they do on the large date, especially the 6. The 60 small date, folks, here's the estimated populations, the mintages, and the total number of graded by NGC. Now here, a great example. Mint state Lincolns, they struck over 2 billion. Proof Lincolns, 1.7 million. But of those, the small date is only a few percent. That means 65 to 85,000 coins. That's it. And then at the bottom, you can see the total NGC population of how many have been graded in proof 67 red. 1,165 coins. 1,165 coins. Here's a few pops, folks, I want you to see real quickly, and I'm going to price this out. Wait till you hear this, because again, you're getting the if you wanted just those first 6 dates, you get the first 6 dates for only $23 a coin. That comes to $138. You get to the Wheatbacks, the price jumps dramatically for these early Wheatback Lincolns. There's a proof 67 for $81 for a 57. And here's a 60 small date in 6/7 red, $100. Now, a real high-end example, a 6/8 deep cameo. I've seen them go for over $5,000. There's one for 57. It was $51.75. I got another one here that sold for $5,187. Folks, you're getting the entire set. If you want the entire set, let's go to those last 4 dates. It's $138 for those first 6. And here you got the 4 rarest dates, the 3 Wheatbacks and the 60 small date, for only $101 more. That means the entire 10-coin set, folks, is $239. $239. You get 3 Wheatbacks. You get the 60 small date. Those coins alone, those 4 coins should be well over $300 just for those 4 coins. And then you get the 6 coins at the top. You get all the memorial reverse Lincoln cents struck at the Philadelphia Mint from 1959 through 1964. The last year these coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint in proof. You know, this is such an exciting set, such a great numismatic opportunity. This is a collector's special. We've got a lot of folks calling in on this. You got 10 coins. There you see the 59 Lincoln, that was the first year of the Memorial Reverse. There's the 60 large date. So you've got all 10 coins. You got the large date, you got the small date, you got it all here for only $239. Now, how am I able to do that, folks? That's because this is my specialty. This is what I've specialized in for over 30 years. I get first crack at some of the best deals, which allows me to give you prices that nobody else can touch. This is where we get a lot of dealers calling in because, you know, dealers can't, you know, they'd love to buy this set and resell it for, you know, considerably more than what you see it here, okay? I mean, because this is a great, you know, special price. This is why I've really focused on this series for over 30 years, because it's allowed me to get into a position where I, again, get first crack at some of the best deals out there when it comes to these kinds of proof coins. And being able to pass it on to you folks watching here on Rare Collectibles TV is really a great thrill. This is a collector's special. This is what collecting is all about. Here you're getting incredible eye appeal, incredible quality, great rarity, at just the best possible price of these most difficult coins, these Lincoln cents struck in copper, preserved, looking like they just came off the die, all 10 coins for only $239. The last of the old Philadelphia Mint proof Lincoln cents, which includes 3 wheatbacks, includes the small date, all years, for only, comes to $23.90 a coin. Got a lot of people calling in, a lot of folks calling in here. I've got a limited quantity of a certain number of these dates, especially some of these wheatbacks, especially the small date. But to keep calling in because I've got enough for everybody who wants to get at least one of these sets, okay? I've made sure I really stocked up on some of these key dates so everybody has an opportunity to get in on this very special collector special. From Kim and I, thank you for watching. If you just tuned in, you've seen our presentation on some extraordinary 1956 to 1964 Lincoln cents in NGC Proof 68 red condition. And we have these sets for only $295. Now again, the size of this collection was something that was the first in my lifetime, where the gentleman who put these coins aside over a couple decades of time, and Kim has the box there to show you a few of the coins he had cut out, where he went through probably over 1 million sets in his time, proof sets from the Philadelphia era from 1964 and earlier, and if you could just pull one of those out, and he had just carefully cut out those cents, those Lincoln cents that really looked pristine, spot-free, and haze-free to him. And out of the 1 million+ sets he went through, we bought his entire collection that was in the thousands of coins. And we cherry-picked all of those that he had cherry-picked. And we had some beautiful Proof 67 sets, extraordinary 6/8 sets that you just saw. And we have a handful of Proof 69 sets. And that is the highest possible grade. Now, what's extraordinary about that is that here's a chart I put together that shows the total population of proof coins from 1956 to 1964 NGC and PCGIS combined, graded in proof 69 condition. And I have color-coded them, where the bright red number means that is the lowest population issue for that year in proof 69. If it's a darker red, it means that it's the second or third rarest issue in proof 69 for that year. And if it's in black, it means it's one of the most common denominations for that year in proof 69. And what's interesting to note about proofs from this era, there's 2 denominations of the 5 that you cannot put together a complete set of proof 69 coins in. If you wanted to and got really fortunate, you could put together an entire set of Washington quarters from 1950 to 1964 in proof 69. You could do the same thing with the Roosevelt dimes and the Jefferson nickels. You can't do it with the Franklins. There's a few early dates that don't exist in proof 69. And you can't do it with the Lincoln cents, because there are a few early dates that really don't exist in proof 69. There are no 50s, for example. There are no 52s. Here's the best 52 I have in my entire inventory. It's a proof 67. Here's a 1953 that's sold in, that was a proof 69 that sold in auction some years ago. It sold for $7,500. If you want one of the earliest Lincolns, they don't exist in proof 69. This was an extraordinary 1914 Lincoln that survived in proof 68 red, well over $100,000. Now, once again, take a look at that chart once more that I have that I put together, and let's look at the column for the Lincoln cents. You could see there, beginning with the 1955, that is the toughest. The 1955 you see there, Lincoln cent, is the rarest coin in that entire table in proof 69 condition, the 1955 Lincoln cent. It's rarer than any other coin in that entire table. $half through Lincoln cents. 1956, the toughest coin for that year, only 253 graded. 57, only 362. The 58, only 270. The 59, 293. The 60 large date, 310. The 60 small date, 213. That is the toughest Lincoln from 1956 to 1964. And then you get to the 64, you have only 2,100 coins. What we have today from this estate is almost 20% of the possible existing population of 1956 to 1964 Lincoln cents in proof 69 grade. There's a possible 200 plus sets you could make because of the 60 small date. PCGIS and NGC combined, they've graded 213 coins. That's it. So if you had 10% of that population, you'd have about 20 coins. We have approximately 20 sets. And just to give you an idea of what some of these coins go for, the most common dates, the 1964 Lincoln. This is the most common date. The second most common date, 1963, $239. But then you get to a tougher date, like the 1960 large date, 320. And the 1960 small date, $500. Again, the small date, they only struck about 80,000 examples. If you didn't see the first presentation, what makes it so special? Well, it's really easy to see in this blow-up photograph we have of the 1960 large date and small date, where the 9 and the 6 are extended on the large date. The small date, They struck about 1.7 million proof sets, but of those, only about 80,000 were of the small date variety, which is what makes it so rare. So, folks, you've seen a few comparables. Just those few comparables come to around $1,100, $1,200 for those 4 coins. Take a look at this set. We've got all 10 coins from 1956 to 1964. Now, if you called in earlier and acquired a Proof 68 set and you would like to upgrade to one of these Proof 69s, while I have these, you can get one of these sets at this price. That I'm able to offer at this price because of the opportunity I received in acquiring these coins from this estate that we were able to cherry pick, that had already been cherry picked. So there are no middlemen here. We got the coins from the source. We went through them, and I submitted them all. And you're going to love the price on this set, folks, because the entire 10-coin set, the 3 wheatbacks, the 1956, 57, 58 wheatbacks, which normally sell for $400 to $500 each, the 60 small day, which is a $500 coin, those 4 coins right there are $2,000. The 60 large date, 61, 62, which are $400 coins. This should be a $3,000 to $4,000 set. While I have these, it's $1,295. $1,295. In other words, it's $129.50 a coin. $129.50 a coin. Now, you have to understand, again, these are the highest grades these dates have ever received at NGC. Proof 69 red, the highest numerical grades ever given these dates. And again, you've got the 60 small date where only a couple hundred have been graded. The populations on a lot of these dates are 200 to 300 coins total in existence. And we've got the entire set. This is a set, again, folks, if I weren't so fortunate and I had to pay more, it would be easy for me to pay more for this entire set than what I'm offering it to you today at. This is a set that I'd normally pay close to a couple $1,000s for to get all 10 of these dates in Proof 69. And here I'm able to offer this set. Offer it for only $1,295. We've got several people calling in on this. Again, we have a limited number of these in this highest grade. These are the cherries from this most extraordinary Lincoln Cent collection. The last Proof Lincoln Cents struck at the Old Philadelphia Mint. The last year of production at the Old Philadelphia Mint for these Proof coins was 1964. So you've got the last 3 years of the Wheatback Lincoln. You've got the 1959 Memorial Reverse, which is the first year of the Memorial Reverse Lincoln. The 1960 small date, the 1960 large date. Kim's showing you each one of these. This is as good as it gets, folks. Proof 69 red, $1,295. Another set sold. Another set sold. How many of us have we sold so far, Cameron? He's putting his hands up. Looks like we've already sold 6 of these sets. And there's the last of the Wheatback Lincolns, 1958. 1958, the last of the Wheatback Lincolns. Only 270 graded, NGC and PCGS combined. And then you've got the 1959, the first year of the Memorial Reverse Lincoln, only 293 graded. 293 graded out of a mintage of about 1 million. That's how rare these coins are. Look at that. It looks like it was struck yesterday. A coin that's virtually 60 years old to get it in this extraordinary condition. And then the rarest of all, the 1960 small date in Proof 69 red, where I just showed you one dealer a very fair price, $500 just for the 1960 small date. I mean, folks, the 1964, the most common date, where they've graded over a couple thousand pieces, is a $125, $150 coin. You're getting the whole set. Think of it as getting the whole set for what you would pay for 1964. But you're getting these much, much rare dates at that same low, low price. And there's the large date variety. The large date variety, think of each coin as $129.50 in this set. The entire 10-coin set, $12.95. I mean, this is the ultimate. When we're talking about getting coins, offering the ultimate in eye appeal, the absolute ultimate in quality, extraordinary condition rarity, and you don't have to pay $1,000 a coin. This is a set that has $1,000 a coin potential, 5-figure potential. But today, you know, again, I've specialized in these kinds of coins, the proof coins, since the early 1980s. My next book, this is going to be one of the feature series, the proof Lincolns, the proof Wheatbacks, the Memorial Reverse Lincolns are so important to collecting. They are so popular for all the right reasons. These coins are beautiful coins, great history, extraordinary collector coins, really, really popular. There are so many Lincoln cent collectors out there. And there's the next to the last date, the 1963. 2 more sets sold. We're going to wrap it up right here again. Now, we have a limited number of these sets in proof 69 red. The last year of the series, and we're going to close it right out, 1964. The last year of the series, because the next year that they made proof coins, they were struck at the San Francisco Mint, and they had an S Mint mark. So this is the last of the Philadelphia Mint Lincoln cents, an appropriate point to end this brief little presentation. Again, if you bought one of these proof 68 sets earlier and you'd like to get a 69 set and you want to upgrade to a 69 set, just call right in. You can do that. If you can keep both of them, you know, it'll probably be a good idea, because at some point you're going to maybe want to sell your lower grade set at some point in the future. But boy, it would be so good to hold on to this 69 set. This is a set you don't want to sell if you don't have to. I mean, this is something to hold on to, folks. This is the ultimate right here for only $12.95, $129.50 a coin. Thank you for watching. I think I might call this, Kimberly, I might call this the old Philadelphia Mint proof Lincoln collection, you know? I mean, or the old timers filling mint proof Lincoln collection. Because here's a gentleman, folks, if you've been watching this for the last half hour, we have been showing you some of the most extraordinary proof Lincoln cents from the old Philadelphia Mint era. 1956 to 1964, the last years of the Philadelphia Mint. And we had these sets in proof 68, and we have them available still. The proof 68 sets are only $295 for the 10-coin set. Includes the 1960 small date. And we had a handful of proof 69 sets. We still have a few of those left for $12.95 from 1956 to 1964. Now, there's one date that we didn't include in this set because of the limited numbers, the limited quantities of this date, and that's the 1955. We have a small group of these, but we didn't have enough to be able to include them in these sets for you. 1955, one of the reasons it's so much more difficult is the much lower mintage. Here's a chart. If you watched previous half hour we showed you earlier, it shows the proof and mint state mintages of the Lincoln cents from 1956 to 1964. And what I don't have there is the mintage for the 1955. You could see the last of the Memorial Reverse Lincolns in proof were around 3 to 4 million coins struck. 1955, the date that preceded this series, they only struck 378,000 proofs. 378,000. You know, because this, folks, you know, the early mid-50s, you have to understand our country was just coming out of World War II. We had a lot of young families. A lot of people who maybe wanted to collect, but they couldn't afford to. I mean, they were building their families. And this is when, you know, people, when you saw the great, tremendous growth of the middle class during the mid and late 50s and into the 60s, and it was in the 1960s when the middle class really began to prosper, when you saw a lot of people pursuing their dreams and their passions, like coin collecting. And that's when you saw 3-4 million proof sets being ordered from the mint every year. 1955, we didn't have that prosperity, so the mint only received 378,000 set orders. And here's the thing, half of those orders the mint issued in these early box sets. Proof coins going in these early box sets. So here he only had 378,000 sets issued. Half of them were in these early box sets, and these box sets were even worse as far as packaging goes than the flat packs that they issued later. This is why they discontinued these box sets, because you see, here's how, this is an original set of 1955 proof coins. And this is how they came in these poly bags. Each coin had its own poly bag. Problem was, the poly bags were not inert. So here's one where I took the staple out, and Kim's going to take it out of its poly bag, and you're going to see the surface. Now, first of all, Kim, show it to him in the poly bag. It looks fine in the poly bag, because the poly bag is just kind of an opaque looking material. But when she slides it out, you're going to see a haze all over the coin. It amazes me. Here they went to all this work to make these proof coins, and as she tilts it around, you could see, look at that. They went to all this work to make these proof coins, and then they housed them in a material that would chemically react with the delicate proof mirrored surfaces and essentially destroy the coins. You could see all that haze. What does the reverse look like there? Same thing on the reverse, that cloudy, milky haze on the coin. And that's one of the better ones. I mean, you should see some of the halves that came out of there. They're terrible. So proof 69s are really rare. Proof 68s are rare. I showed you earlier in the previous presentation, here's a 1953, struck 2 years earlier in proof 69. $7,500 for 53. Now, here's one last look at this chart, which we showed in the previous half hour, where I've included all the proofs struck by the U.S. Philadelphia Mint. Franklin half dollars through Lincoln cents from 1955 to 1964. And those numbers you see are the total NGC PCGS populations of those coins in proof 69. So, for example, 1964, you see PCGS and NGC combined have graded at the bottom 5,300 Kennedy half dollars in 6.9. They've graded 3,400 Washington quarters in 6.9, 3,300 Roosevelt dimes, 2,500 Jefferson nickels, and 2,100 Lincoln cents. But you go just a few years earlier to 1961. Look at how that number tumbles. For the Franklin half dollar, only 222 coins. The Washington quarter, 553. Roosevelt dime, 563. Jefferson nickel, only 193, and the Lincoln cent, only 315. The three toughest years in proof 69 grade for this era are the Franklin half dollars, the Lincoln cents, and the Jefferson nickels. Now you go to the first year of issue, 1955, on this chart. And there you have the Franklin half, 387 coins graded, PCGS and NGC combined. Washington quarter, 439, Roosevelt dime, 405, Jefferson nickel, 475. And here you have the rarest coin on the entire chart at 1955 Lincoln, 163 coins. Folks, this collection is so extraordinary. We'll call it the old-timers Philadelphia Mint Proof Lincoln collection. So extraordinary that we have just about 10% of the entire 1955 Proof 69 population. Again, they've only graded 163 coins. Is that the right number, Kim? 163? PCGS and NGC combined, 163 coins. Here's, I found a couple on eBay in Proof 68. Here's a 1955 by a top-rated seller. 1955, Proof 68, a top-rated seller, $300. Here's another 55, Proof 68, $319. Take a look at the 55s I have for you today. I have them in Proof 67 from this collection. We were so fortunate to be able to acquire this collection. Here you had this gentleman cherry-picking the finest Proof Lincolns he could find, cutting them from sets. We have these. We did the work. We cherry-picked what he cherry-picked. Look at this coin. It's a Proof 67. And it's not $300 or $200. We've got the 55 in Proof 67 red for only $39. $39 for a 1955 Proof 67 red Lincoln cent. And I am offering a 3-coin special on this date in this grade. If you want to get 3 of these and really take advantage of what may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you can own 3 of these, T7645, 3 for only $109. $109. That's just about $36 a coin. And then we go up to the second row. We have them in Proof 68. You just saw a couple eBay comps. One was $300, one was $319 from top-rated sellers. Again, we cherry-picked these. We got them at the source. Sometimes, folks, when you buy an entire group of something, entire group of coins from a collection, you could get them for well below what they would cost if the coins were graded. So we cherry-picked the collection. We got them graded, so I don't have to charge you $319. I've got these coins today. While I have them, a Proof 68, only $95. $95 for an amazing 1955 Proof 68 red Lincoln cent. And it gets even better if you want 2. I can offer you a 2-coin special, number 8378. You can own 2 for $185. It doesn't get any better than that. I mean, you will not find this kind of opportunity, folks, at your local coin shop or local coin show. This really rare early date, 2 coins for only $185. And finally, this is the king of the whole collection. A handful of 1955s I have in Proof 69 red, only 163 graded. You'd expect this to be a $2,000 or $3,000 coin, folks. These early Lincolns, there's only a handful of 1953s graded in Proof 69. Handful of 54s. There are no 1952s. There are no 1950s. I've got these coins today for only $649. $649 while I have them. Because this is the date that I had the most limited quantity of, which is why I could not include it in the 1956 to 64 set. We only have a handful of these. But I can offer them at $649, which is just a great, great collecting opportunity to own a coin with greatest eye appeal, the highest possible quality, extraordinary condition rarity. And it's not $3,000 or $4,000, $649. We have got a lot of people calling in on these. Just had a set of 2 sold in 6/8. We got a lot of people getting individual coins. A 6/9 has just sold. This is just going to be a really short presentation. I'm going to cut it right here because, again, stay on the line. We got people calling in. I want to cut it right here because I cannot oversell this item. So if we stop it right here, anybody that calls in, I can assure you, you'll get a coin. But if I continue this presentation on for 5 minutes longer, that won't be the case. So thank you for watching this last part from this incredible, incredible Lincoln Cent collection. I'll call it the old-timer Philadelphia Mint Proof Lincoln collection. It was just an extraordinary opportunity, a great, great coin, the Lincoln Cent, from the old Philadelphia Mint era, from 1955 to 1964, the last years of the Philadelphia Mint. And these are among the finest surviving specimens at the best possible price you will ever see. Thank you for watching. Here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show, Jack, James, and I take great pride in providing you, our viewers, with relevant coin information and special numismatic history. We enjoy creating short documentaries on important people in the coin community, like John Mercanti, Edmund Moy, and Miles Standish. We have also produced film shorts on historical numismatic landmarks, like the Granite Lady in San Francisco, the famed Carson City Mint in Nevada, and Sutter's Mill, home of the California Gold Rush. To watch all these great documentaries and learn more about the wonderful world of numismatics, go to the Rare Collectibles TV YouTube page. Type Rare Collectibles TV in the search bar and click on the pic of Jack and me. You can watch many numismatic videos, including interviews, documentaries, coin trivia, the adventures of Rick and Jack, and much more. And make sure you click the subscribe button in the top right corner so that you'll be notified every time a new video is posted. Where else can you get so much numismatic info and fun all in one place? So go to the Rare Collectibles TV page on YouTube and join the hundreds of subscribers already enjoying our YouTube videos. Thanks for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
You're watching Rare Collectibles TV, sit down because you're going to faint. You are absolutely not going to believe what we came up with. The hardest coin in the world to get right now. It's a silver eagle. It's a very special coin. It's the only one of its kind. There has never been another one like it. And we're talking about a series of coins that have been issued continuously since 1986. It's the American Silver Eagle dollar, the largest silver dollar the U.S. Mint has ever issued. And we have the special anniversary one. This is the one that honors the 75th anniversary of the victory of World War II with a special issue coin. Now, let's just set the table, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a huge event. This was a sellout faster than any coins ever sold out anywhere. This is big. Most people aren't going to get one. It's a very low mintage. What are we talking about? Well, for 2020, struck at the West Point Mint, the U.S. Mint has issued for the first and only time ever a silver eagle with a unique privy mark This is a pre-sale. The coins are on the way in. Now, this was highly restricted mintage, and the ordering was very limited, and it sold out lickety-split. So if you didn't get one, you are in the right place because we have the coins in the absolute highest grade attainable, a perfect grade of Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, the highest designation a coin can get. There you see, blown up, the actual Privy Mark, and this is very special. This coin honors the 75th anniversary of the victory of the American Allies and the United States of America in World War II over Nazi Germany and Japan. Now, it's got an unusual shape to it, and that shape is actually the shape of the rainbow pool at the World War II Memorial in Washington, D.C. That's an aerial view of the rainbow pool. So it's a very special, never been done before. Now, this is important. I'm going to tell you why in a second. First of all, I think we really need to get to what a Privy Mark is. So if you'll allow me, I will read you the definition of a Privy Mark from the United States Mint. And it says here that this year, the U.S. Mint will issue a 75th anniversary of World War II Silver Eagle with a Privy Mark. And it says here in general terms, a Privy Mark is a symbol that communicates information about a coin's production. So right there, that will let you know that this is highly restricted mintage and the one and only Privy Marked Silver Eagle ever to be struck. Now, this is not the first time that Privy Marks or additional marks have been used on coins. And I'll show you one on a really early edition, a really early coin. This is a seeded Liberty $50 from 1852 with the rays and the arrows added to the coin. And that in itself was a symbol that served the same function as a Privy Mark by communicating information about production. When they changed, you see the arrows and the rays there on the coin, the rays of the sun going around the eagle's wings, and the arrows in the talons are indicative of a change in the design of that coin. It's also known as a Privy Mark. Oh, and there are lots of examples of Privy Marks all over the world, but never before has there been a Privy Marked American Silver Eagle. This is one special coin. So I want to show you why the coin is just so darn special. First of all, this was a really fast sellout, one of the quickest sellouts ever at the U.S. Mint. And here's why. Right here, you have a real simple breakdown of the business strikes of the American Silver Eagle. And there's over 500 million of them versus the collector strikes, the proof strikes. And you see that number in red, only 27,220,163 of the collector coins. Now, never mind that all the business strikes have become collector coins as well. But I don't want to muddle up the information. But we have two different strikes for an American Silver Eagle. A business strike or a mint state, kind of like a Morgan dollar. And then the collector's version. These coins are specially prepared, specially struck, have very limited mintages. This is one of the most special issues of any collector version ever issued by the U.S. Mint because it is the only one of its kind. Now, I want you to take a really quick look at what a 2020 West Point struck Silver Eagle will look like without the Privy Mark. This is big news, ladies and gentlemen. This has never happened before, and this makes this coin an extremely limited special issue. Now, you see right there on the obverse in the field, on the right, there is no Privy Mark. Now, that's a very special coin. It's a Proof 70. It is not, however, the special issue that sold out lickety-split, and that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is you won't get that coin. You're going to get the special one with the special Privy Mark. Take a look, ladies and gentlemen. The very first anniversary set for the Silver Eagle was the 20th anniversary, 2006. And I want you to note the mintage, 248,875. And it was an immediate sellout. That was a 3-coin anniversary set. Now, the next anniversary was the 25th anniversary in 2011, and that set was a 5-coin set, and it had an extremely low mintage, 99,882. Next was the 2012 San Francisco 75th anniversary 2-coin set with a mintage of 281,000. And West Point, the next year in 2013, had a 75th anniversary as well, where 235,000 coins were issued. Now, as you go down a little bit, you're going to see the coin we're talking about today. The 2020 World War II 75th anniversary Privy Mark, the only one of its kind, 75,000 is the mintage, and that is so low. Look where it falls on the rarity chart. It is bested only by the 1995 W Proof, a $25,000, $30,000 coin in a perfect Proof 70 grade like we have the World War II Privy. And from 2019, the enhanced reverse proof with a mintage of 30,000. Those are the only 2 lower mintages in the history of the program. So the World War II instant sellout. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a special coin that everybody wants to get. At over 500 million mint states and over 24 million proofs, the world is full of millions of Silver Eagle collectors. And there, unfortunately, for millions of people who never got an opportunity to get this coin, who were shut out, this is what we're doing right now. Here is your chance to get the coin in a perfect Proof 70 grade, the highest grade a coin can attain. The grade of Proof 70, the definition is perfect. A flawless coin under extreme magnification, absolutely no imperfections. A perfect condition coin. If you missed out, we have this coin in the highest Proof 70 Ultra Cameo grade for $1,895. And I got to tell you, we're going to split the payments in two payments of $947.50. It's a first release. The end of World War II, 75th anniversary, the only Silver Eagle with a Privy Mark. I mentioned a little while ago that any Silver Eagle in a high grade has become a collector coin, whether it be business strikes or proofs, because with such a long series, this series began in 1986, and with such a long series, it outlasts the Morgan dollar even. There are more collectors for this coin than any coin series the U.S. has ever issued. Millions of collectors and hardly any coins for all those collectors. And just to prove it to you, I want to show you what mintages are like for the Silver Eagle in mint state. Beginning from the very beginning, 1986, those are the mintages every year of the business strikes. And there are so many collectors for these coins. Now, as you go down just a little bit, 1996, stop right there. That is the key date business struck American Silver Eagle. The mintage is 3.6 million. It is an extremely collected coin. In fact, I'm going to stop for a second. I want to show you when you can achieve a perfect grade of 70, like our 70 grades. This is what you're up against with a coin that has a mintage of 3,600,000, not 75,000 like the Privy Mark. This Privy Mark coin is going to set the world on fire. But I found a 1996 in the ultimate grade. And I want to show, and that coin's a bargain. That coin right there at $4,777 is a really rare coin, but I got to tell you, mintage-wise, can't even come close to the Privy Mark, and it's almost $4,800. Now, here's the second part of the table for the mintages of the business-struck Silver Eagles, and I want you to notice. In 2015, it reached its apex, its zenith, at 47 million coins struck. And I can tell you something. There's not one of those coins sitting on the shelf at the U.S. Mint. They're all out there in collectors' hands, all out there in the world. 47, and you can see how many millions of Silver Eagles each year are purchased. And then when we get to the collector's versions, the mintages are so much lower. And don't forget, the Privy Mark for 2020, the one and only coin that honors the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II, the victory of World War II. That coin with a mintage of 75,000 is already one of the most dynamic. It's unique. It's the only one. Oh, this is amazing. I don't even have one of these coins. Nobody I know, and you know what? They restricted the limit you could get. So very few coins are going to be coming to Rare Collectibles TV with the ultimate grade of a Proof 70, a perfect grade. So I'm telling you, if you love Silver Eagles, if you have them going back to 1986, if you've collected every one of those great proof sets and mint state sets that Rick has been selling, you got to have this coin because you're up against thousands and thousands of collectors who did not even get one of these coins. So don't miss out because this is probably going to be your only opportunity. And that's not a scare tactic. That is just fact. Take a look right here at where this coin falls in the list of all of those great collectible proof strikes between 1986 and 2020. And you look at their mintages. And then as you go down, you see that hardly any coins. There are only two that had a lower mintage at 75,000. This is amazing. This is really the ultimate in a Silver Eagle. I never thought I would see the U.S. Mint issue a Privy Mark coin. Never. I mean, this is just amazing. In 1994, just 1 year before the anniversary, the 10th anniversary of the Silver Eagle program, or of the Eagle program, the U.S. Mint issued a collector's version dated 1994 and struck at Philadelphia. Now, the amazing thing about this coin in terms of the Privy Mark is that this coin had a mintage of over 370,000. It's one of the key date coins. And it is rare. And that coin in a perfect Proof 70 grade, right now you can find that coin for about $3,000. If you really look hard, that's a good deal. $3,000. That mintage of 372,168 is the mintage of the 1994. This Privy Mark proof has a mintage of 75,000, $1,895, and you can split that payment. It isn't just the proof American Silver Eagles that are so popular. 1996, as I showed you, the key date in the mint state or the business struck Silver Eagles with 3.6 million. There's a coin that brought almost $4,800. Now in 1999, I found a mint state perfect grade. 1999 was not a small mintage. It was about 3 times the mintage of the 1996. But there's a 1999 in a perfect 70 grade, graded by NGC for $11,700. And let's look up the mintage of the 1999 in a business strike. 7,408,640. One of the reasons why I point out those coins with such a higher mintage and what they sell for today is because as time has gone on, those coins have become increasingly hard to get. But I'll tell you, there's only going to be one opportunity to get a first release, to get a perfect Proof 70, and in fact, to get this coin in the highest grade attainable. And that's right here, right now, for $1,895. So I hope I got you going, because I'm going. I want to get one of these coins. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a pre-sale. And I can tell you, I want to warn you, the mintage was really low. The sellout was less than 90 minutes. Think about that. Every collector who wanted one of these coins did not get one. This mintage could have been 1 million and it would have sold out lickety-split. It is unique. So let's go over all the major points. Number 1, it is the only Privy Mark Silver Eagle ever struck. Number 2, the reverse. This is something we haven't mentioned yet. But the reverse of the American Silver Eagle dollar that had John Mercanti's tribute to the original heraldic reverse of the American silver dollar that was issued between 1798 and 1804. That reverse, which was a tribute a tribute to those original heraldic eagle reverses by John Mercanti is being retired. It is going away. So on this Privy Mark Silver Eagle, you are getting the last of those reverses. It will never be done again. Next year, it will disappear. So it's been collected heavily without the Privy Mark because news got out that the reverse is being retired, the original reverse. So that is big news. So you get so much. You get one of the last, you get an original that absolutely will never be done before, and you get one of the lowest mintages and also a perfect grade. This coin has everything. For those of you who are not aware, John Mercanti designed the reverse of the American Silver Eagle in 1986. In 1985, President Ronald Reagan signed into law the Liberty Coin Act, which authorized the U.S. government to begin striking the American eagles. And from that moment in 1986, when the first coins hit the scene, it has been collected heavily. And the collectors they've just grown and grown and grown every single year, every single decade. Where we're at today is a collection of coins from 1986 to the present time, and so many collectors looking to own a single piece of every single year. Well, this one is going to be one of the hardest to get, maybe even the hardest of all, because it is unique, the only one with a Privy Mark. So you have the Liberty Coin Act, then we fast forward to 2020, nearly an instant sellout. And by the way, have you seen the news articles? I have another one here. It says that the U.S. Mint was overwhelmed by World War II American Eagle sales. They could not keep up with demand. Just blew the doors right off the U.S. Mint. That's the coin that we're offering right now for $1,895. The uniqueness of an American Silver Eagle, this is not the first time there's been a really unique coin. 1995, when the 10th anniversary of the American Eagle program was honored, there was a special West Point struck silver dollar. It had a really low mintage, 30,125. Well, that coin has grown in popularity. In 2019, the U.S. Mint issued another really special coin. It was an enhanced reverse proof. It had a very low mintage, 30,000. It's the lowest mintage of all. And of course, the sellout, forget about it. But this coin, with a mintage of 75,000, the only coin with a Privy Mark that has ever been issued in this series, was a faster sellout than either of the two that I just mentioned to you. And a completely unique coin, unlike any other. All those great special issues were fantastic because not one of them had a Privy Mark. So you are owning something so special. I mean, this coin, I've been doing a lot of research on this coin because it is recently released. And there are multitudes of collectors who are upset. They didn't get an opportunity to get one of these coins. It just happened too quickly. And you know what they were upset about? They're upset that the U.S. Mint did not issue this coin with a much higher mintage. Think of this. In World War II, you know how many American soldiers fought in World War II? About 2 million. Can you believe that? 2 million American soldiers. Think about the descendants. Think about all of us whose grandfathers or fathers fought in World War II. And the chance to own a silver dollar that honors that service. That's why collectors are screaming that there weren't 1 million or 2 million or 5 million of these coins. So every single family member and every single collector, this transcends even coin collectors. This is a chance to honor a legacy. This is all about the greatest generation. This is all about World War II. This is all about the sacrifices that were made to bring us to this point. But in the end, it's about numismatics because we're coin collectors, right? So when a coin is issued to honor one of the seminal events in human history, the end of World War II, with only 75,000, and it sold out like that, here's your opportunity to get a coin. And think about this. In a perfect grade, not every coin is going to grade that way. because perfection is hard to achieve. And the U.S. Mint is the best at striking coins of any mint in the whole entire world. Nobody does it better than the U.S. Mint. The time, the techniques, the technology, the artistry, the experience, it's all at the U.S. Mint, and still, you're never guaranteed to get a perfect issue. Every one of these will be graded as a first release, will be graded a perfect proof 70, and will be one of the small, limited 75,000 that sold out. And I keep snapping my fingers because literally that's all it took. In this day and age, it upset so many people that they couldn't get a coin. I hope that we can make everybody feel like they are getting one of the greatest silver dollars that will ever be issued. There will never be another one like this. Have I said that enough times? There will never be another one like this. Now, I'm not trying to be redundant, but ladies and gentlemen, when you see coins whose mintage, I mean, here is a coin right there on a comp of a 1999 American Silver Eagle in a perfect graded mint state 70. The mintage of that coin is over $7 million. The selling price, $11,700. You got to take this opportunity to get a coin, not with a mintage of 7.4 million, but 75,000 in an absolute perfect grade as a first release for $1,895. Something really rare in the highest grade, a retiring reverse, and a one and only opportunity to get the one and only Privy Marked American Silver Eagle dollar. Does this coin have everything or what? I'm telling you, folks, don't miss out on this deal. One last time, $1,895. A split pay is available, $947.50. Ask your sales associate. They'll explain it all to you. And I have to say that as a pre-sale, the phones are going to light up like Christmas, okay? Don't miss the opportunity to own the one and only American Privy Marked World War II commemorative silver American Eagle. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for watching Rare Collectibles TV, and I hope to see you really soon. Be good.
Coin.
Morgan silver dollars,
Buffalo nickels.
American Silver Eagles.
Lincoln Wheaties,
Walking Liberty half dollars.
Standing Liberty quarters.
Franklin half dollars,
My personal favorite, Ancients.
Kennedy half dollars,
Cameo proof coins.
Pandas.
Steel cent,
Liberty Head and St. Gaudens double eagles.
Eisenhower dollars,
Some say diamonds are a girl's best friend, but I say it's a gold St. Gaudens.
Peace dollars.
coins from the screw press era,
Camp Bust halves.
Can't choose? You don't have to. Rick, James, and Jack have all your favorite coins.
And at great collector-friendly prices.
For the best in coin collecting, watch Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
All right, everybody, are you ready? Because it is time for the Peace Dollar. The Peace Dollar, the last silver dollar that was meant for circulation in the history of the United States of America. And the last silver dollar, the Peace Dollar, the last one was 1935. The tradition of the silver dollar is something that started in the very beginning of the United States of America. Flowing hair dollars in 1794 and 1795, and bust dollars from 1795 to 1804 as a type, and Liberty seated dollars. Now, Liberty seated dollars are sometimes called seated Liberty dollars from 1840 to 1873. And then, of course, the Morgan dollar from 1878 to 1921, and the Peace Dollar. The Peace Dollar was the final coin in the American Renaissance of coin design, something that we talk about quite a bit here at Rare Collectibles TV because it's such an important part of numismatics. Some of the most beautiful coins ever designed anywhere in the world came from that period of time from the very early 1900s right to the 1921 peace dollar, the last coin of the Renaissance. A period of time that brought American coinage into the artistic realm. This is a collection here, ladies and gentlemen, we have never done before. They're certified and they're all hand-picked. And this is an incredible journey that, if you will allow me, I will guide you through, because this is a fantastic collection, that it ends up as a collection of 12, if you so choose, with some of the greatest dates, most beautiful coins, rarest, and you'll be surprised at how affordable these coins are. The coin was minted from 1921 to 1928, and then again in 1934 and 1935. That was it. And the peace dollar came about because of the great need to honor World War I, the war to end all wars. A new silver dollar was designed by way of a design competition. Most coins are designed within the mint by mint employees. The St. Gaudens, for instance, was the first coin that was designed outside the mint. Well, the peace dollar for 1921, the United States Fine Arts Commission had a design competition. And invited to this design competition were some of the greatest names in numismatics. Victor David Brenner, responsible for the Lincoln penny. Herman McNeil for the Standing Liberty Quarter. These are Renaissance beauties. Adolph Wyman for the Walking Liberty half dollar. And a virtually unknown artist was invited to compete as well. His name was Anthony DeFrancisi. And DeFrancisi had a great eye and a great love for America, and he also had his wife, a woman by the name of Teresa, or Teresa, if you will, who sat for him as the model of liberty. Now, much like the Morgan dollar, the prerequisite for the design of this coin was bold. A bold statement of liberty and a bold statement of the American eagle. This is the last silver dollar of its kind, the last large-size silver dollar that was struck for commerce. Same size as a Morgan dollar, big, heavy. And you can see the representation of liberty with a crown. And on the reverse, the eagle in repose, sitting atop a mountain with the word peace engraved on the mountain. This is a design you've never been seen before. And there's a lot to that design that we're going to get into. So to open up the door for peace dollar collecting for everybody, I want to lay some groundwork for you, a little background. When we compare the Morgan dollar to the peace dollar, it's eye-opening. Well, we love the Morgan dollar, and it's one of the most collected coins in all the world. Take a look at the mintages. Now, first, the Morgan dollar mintage. The whole entire series that survived after the great melts, there were 386 million Morgan dollars. These are coins that weren't melted. Graded from mint state 60 to mint state 69. Never been a Morgan dollar higher than a grade mint state 69. Both grading services have graded about 6.5 million coins. And as a percentage of all the Morgan dollars that are graded in uncirculated condition across the board, it's 1.7%. That's really low. Out of 386 million Morgan dollars that survived long enough to be sent to a grading service, which were established in the mid-1980s, only 1.7% of all the Morgans will grade uncirculated, all grades of uncirculated. But it's eye-opening, because look at the peace dollar. The total mintage of the peace dollar, almost 200 million coins were struck. And when you look at the amount that had been graded by NGC and PCGS from mint state 60 to 69, very interesting, because there has never been a mint state 69 peace dollar. So when you look at it all, it's 1.3 million coins, and the percentage of all the peace dollars that have graded uncirculated by both grading services, it's less than half of the Morgans. 0.7%, less than 3/4 of 1% grade Unk, all grades, across the board, from the lowest mint state grade to the highest. What that tells us is the peace dollar was a coin that saw heavy, heavy, heavy use and circulation, and simply today is harder to source in a mint state than a Morgan is in a mint state. That's just a fact. And I think we hit the nail right on the head with this offering of peace dollars, because here's an opportunity for one coin to get a set of two and to get a collection that is very hard to rival this collection anywhere. I want you to take a look at the coins here in red. These are the coins that we are going to be featuring in this presentation. Every one of these coins in red. Now, something you're going to notice right off the bat. This never happens. We have included the 1921 high relief. This coin was originally supposed to be the only peace dollar. It was only supposed to be done for 1 year to honor the end of World War I. So it was the only silver dollar ever struck for circulation in high relief. Only one. There wasn't ever a Morgan, and only one piece, the 1921 Philadelphia high relief. And you can see the mintage, pretty low. And the population in Mint State 6-3, 8,204 coins. That is so low. Some of the most unbelievable dates are in this complete run. If you've never bought a silver dollar before, this is a great place to start. If you've never bought a peace dollar, if you don't collect them, this is your time, because the facts bear out the rarity. And I'm going to get really into that in a second. I'm going to open the door for you with two great coins. The 1922 from Philadelphia and the 1923. Now, the 1922 from Philadelphia has a mintage. It's high. It's the highest mintage of all the peace dollars. The mintage is over 51 million coins. But percentage-wise, in terms of graded, less than 1/3 of 1% will grade in a Mint State 6-3. Out of 51 million coins, that's about 150,000 coins out of 51 million. So that is the first coin in the two-coin collection. The second is a 1923 from Philadelphia. And take a look at those coins, because that's the quality that we're after. We insist in hand-picked, cherry-picked peace dollars that have unbelievable eye appeal. Mint State 63, tougher to get than a Mint State 63 Morgan, believe it or not. Now, the 1923, the mintage dropped considerably. 30 million coins. And the percentage that's certified of those 30,800,000 coins is 0.65%. It's a little bit over 0.5%. And here's where it gets unbelievable. Those two coins in a set for $99. $99 for two peace dollars in Mint State 6-3. And that's significant because I have three that I found that are being offered for $910, over $300 a coin. We're offering each coin. We're offering a set of two, a 1922p and a 1923p in Mint State 6-3, beautiful coins for $99. That's significant because that's a keeper. Those are coins that you're going to want to keep forever. The price is unbelievable. The strike is unbelievable. The eye appeal is unbelievable. So it's got everything. This isn't a placeholder. This is the permanent resident in a peace dollar collection. From there, an exciting opportunity to own a 1922 through 1925 from the Philadelphia Mint, $249. The world knows that peace dollars, beautiful ones especially like those, are not just hard to get. They've never been easy to get, but in today's world where the populations are so much lower than the Morgan dollar, these coins go really quickly because they simply are not out there in any kind of abundance. Well, you remember I told you 1922 peace dollar? Well, here's a 1922 for $385 just by itself. You can get 4 coins. The 1922, the 1923, the 1924, and the 1925, all from the Philadelphia Mint for $249. I want you to take a look at the ultimate. We have put together a collection of peace dollars that is hard to beat. Included in this collection of 12, we're going to start off with the 1921 high relief, the only peace dollar, the only silver dollar ever struck in high relief in Mint State 6-3. Here is a 1921 in a Mint State 6-3, $1,350. Next in this collection, the 1922 from Philadelphia. And I showed you that coin before because it's available in the 2 coin and in the 4 coin, and it's $385. Lots of sellers at between $300 and $400. In this case, $385. Next, a San Francisco struck peace dollar, the 1922. Here's a 1922 S, Mint State 6-3. This is a grading service that we won't feature on our show, but nonetheless, it's graded. Offering out almost $300, $290 and a little bit of change. We got a 22S in the deal. Next, are you listening to the state run? It's amazing. Next is the 1923. The 1923S. Anywhere you look, that coin's going to be $250, $300 anywhere. Now, as I said, you see this deal where I see 3 raw coins selling for $910. It's a little bit over $300 each coin, so you can peg the 23S at over $300. The 1923 from Philadelphia. Now, as I said, you see this deal where I see 3 raw coins selling for $910. It's a little bit over $300 each coin, so you can peg the 23P at over $300. Next in this collection is a Denver Mint struck 1923. If you could find one of those for less than $250 or $300, you are going to be a big hero. That coin is in our set, and a really nice example. We're moving into 1924 from Philadelphia. Here's a 1924 in a Mint State 63. It's about $200. Next is one of the hidden rarities in the Peace Dollar series, the 1924S. The 1924S has a mintage of 1,728,000 and a Mint State 63 population of 2,537 coins. It's so low. That's both grading services. Only 2,537 have ever been certified. It's a really low percentage. It's not even 1/4 of 1% in percentage. 1924S is a rare coin. It has a really low mintage. Very few silver dollars can rival the mintage. That coin is $730. 1925 from Philadelphia, about $200. Folks, if you've been adding all of this up, by the time you get to the end, you're going to be close to $6,000. Now, one of my favorite coins, I love Denver struck coins because Denver didn't strike very many silver dollars. There was only one Morgan ever struck at Denver. That was in 1921. Here is a 1926D, and it's over $400. Mintage on the 26D is a little bit over $2 million. 1927 from Denver is being offered in this collection. In Mint State 6-3, look at that one, $645. 1935 was the last year of the Peace Dollar, and this one is from San Francisco. In a Mint State 63, $879. I added up all of these coins, and it came to $5,763. Our price is only $4,395, and we split the payments in 2. So there's available in 2 payments of $21.97.50. And I say only because the rarity of these coins is dramatic. Absolutely. You know, we've blown the myth of the high mintage peace dollar right out of the water here with these coins and how few certify. This is going to recap everything. Up top, you see some of the highlights from this collection that we're offering. Look at the mintages. For instance, the 23S, 19 million. That's pretty low. 17 million. That's pretty low. 23D, 6.8 million. Look at the 27D, 1.2. That's like a Carson City mintage. The 24S, one of the all-time sleepers, at 1.728 mil. And look how many have been certified. Only 2,537 coins. That is so low. Now, right below there, some of my favorite Morgan dollars. The 1879-0 with a really low mintage, 2.887 million, and hardly any certified. Look at that, 6,752 coins, which as a percentage is really low. It's a little over 1/5 of 1%. I mean, hardly any of these coins, whether they're Morgan or Peace, certify in mint state. So 1879-0, the first year of the Morgan dollar from New Orleans. Ungraded, it's not certified. It's $1,500. It's a great coin. First Morgan from New Orleans, $1,500. Now, one of the other coins on the list is the 1892 Carson City. You know, the 1892 Carson City, I mean, that is a gem. That's a rare coin. 1.3 million coins were struck. Only 3,703 ever certified. Low percentage. But take a look against some of the great peace dollars in this collection. We have mintages that rival this really rare coin. Look at the 35S in our collection, only 2,114. Or the 24S, the 27D, the 23D at 3,284, the 92cc, 3,700 coins. I love the value of the peace dollar and the rarity, rarer than some of the greatest Morgan dollar dates, even from Carson City. So here is an 1892 Carson City silver dollar. It's a mint state 63. It's $4,600. Our whole collection of rarer coins than that coin is $4,395. I'm starting to get wild here because this is exciting. Now we're telling everybody, $4,600 for one coin in a 6.3. You can get all 12 for less than $4,400. That's great. Now, the 1897S from San Francisco, 5.8 million coins, 6,444 coins by both grading services. About 1/10 of 1%. The 23S, there were 6,570 coins. The 97S is a pretty famous coin. Well, here's a 97S in a mint state 6.3. That's just under $1,500. This is monumental. To be able to offer a peace dollar collection that includes the 1921 high relief. That coin was originally issued as a one-year type to honor the end of World War I. But it was wildly embraced. It was popular. You know, there was controversy because of the reverse. Originally, the reverse had a broken sword in the eagle's talons. And at that time, the mint would issue press releases, like they do now in newspapers, ahead of the coin being struck with the design published. Once the American public got a look at the design of the new silver dollar that was coming out, they wouldn't have any part of it. They started complaining, letters were being written left and right, that it conveyed the fact that we were defeated, everybody said. It wasn't so. But at the last minute, the very last minute, the day before the coins were set to be struck at the very end of 1921, the mint called in an old friend. His name was George T. Morgan. They needed his engraving ability to come and alter the reverse of the peace dollar. And he fixed, if you will, the reverse of the peace dollar. No longer was the sword in the eagle's talons broken. Instead, it was replaced by the olive branch of peace. This collection encompasses so much rarity in the peace dollar series to be able to own the 1921 high relief, the 1922s, and the 1923s, a 24S. Great coins from the Denver Mint, 26 and 27. In San Francisco, the last, 1935S, in a Mint State 6.3, in populations that'll make you do a double take. The United States peace dollar, the last great silver dollar, solid silver, large, that was struck for commerce in Mint State 63, is truly rarer than their Morgan dollar counterparts in the same grade. Fewer exist. And we proved it with the lowest populations. Think of the value. $4,395 for all 12 of these great coins. Now, for $99, you can own a 1922 and a 1923, both from the Philadelphia Mint in Mint State 6.3. Easily $300 coins out there, over. Also, you can own 1922, 23, 24, and 25 from the Philadelphia Mint for $249. Way less for all four than you'll find just one out there for. Just one of those dates. $249. And you get a 24 and a 25. Those coins are hard to find. And then 12 peace dollars, beginning with the high relief first issue, the one and only high relief silver dollar ever issued. Of all the silver dollars, that's the only one that was ever struck to be released into circulation and it's a high relief. All the way from 1921, visiting the years of 22 with the Philadelphia and the San Franciscos, and 23s with the Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Denver, 1924 from Philadelphia and the 24 from San Francisco, 1925 from Philadelphia, 1926 from Denver. Look at that. That is the look of a Denver silver dollar that you've searched for probably your whole collecting life. They're hard to find that well struck. The 1927 from Denver, all Mint State 63s. And look at that coin right there from the San Francisco Mint, the last year, 1935. So the complete collection of those 12 for $4,395. And don't forget the split pay, because it's very helpful to be able to split it up into two payments, $2,197.50. This collection is the peace dollar collection that I have been chomping at the bit to do on the air. It's never available in any kind of quantities, and that's true right now. The quantities are very small. But we've got enough finally, after months of squirreling coins away, to be able to make this presentation. This is the culmination of the ultimate search. Folks, peace dollars, rarer than a Morgan. Who would have thought? But it's true, and we showed you the evidence. So thank you so much for watching. You know there's a great coin coming up, right? So don't go anywhere. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska.
And I'm Caitlin Tamaska.
Thank you for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Stay tuned for another great presentation coming up next.
Welcome to another exciting Blitz from Rick, folks. Just 5 minutes of my latest great deal in U.S. coins. Again, only a few minutes long because I have a limited number of these coins. And I guarantee you'll love the price. They're just not any old coins. They are exceptional, high-grade, proof rarities from the Franklin era. So they have a lot of scarcity, a lot of rarity. Folks, every month I buy fresh collections. I look at literally tens of thousands of coins every month. And the only coins you'll ever see me offer you are coins that rank among the finest from the selections, coins that I know are great coins for the money. And today I have some 1960 proof Franklins. About a couple months back I had some 1961 proof Franklins and proof 67. That was a great deal. But I had almost 1,000 of those. Today I have some 1960. The 61's a tough coin. The mintage for those proof coins were about 3 million. NGC PCGS combined have graded about 17,000. And in that offer, if you bought 20 1961s, the 20th coin was a proof 67 cameo. Coin that's extremely rare, only 2,000 graded. Today I've got the 1960, folks. Believe it or not, I've got it at the same price as I have those 61s. And it's an even rarer coin, only 12,000 graded in 6.7, and you can see how rare the 7 cameos are. Now, before I show you these 1960s, Sasha's showing you a 1958 with those notorious milk spots, a very common problem on proof silver coins from 1958 to 1964. All those issues from that era have this problem to one degree or another. Not all of them, but a high percentage of them. Those aren't removable. Those occurred during the minting process. Take a look at these 1960s I have in proof 67 condition. Sasha's got one. You're going to see a close-up of it. They're just spectacular coins, beautiful, spot-free, haze-free, flawless to the eye. Look at this piece, fully struck, flawless to the eye, and when you get the 20 coin set deal, the 20th coin will be a proof 67 cameo. The coin very highly valued, and here's an example of one of those. This is a limited time offer. I'm only going to spend a couple more minutes on this, but a cameo is a coin during this early era where only the very earliest strikes off new proof dies exhibited this kind of cameo contrast. And to get a cameo designation, you need cameo on both the obverse and reverse. So both the obverse and reverse dies have to be brand new. Quite often, you would get a Franklin that would have a beautiful obverse cameo, but nothing on the reverse, because during that era, to conserve dies, they would only replace that half of the die pair that was most worn. So, and there's an example of one, a proof 67 star, which is, again, a very highly valued coin, but not as highly valued as a 7 cameo, because you can see it has no cameo contrast on the reverse. I've got these 1960s, proof 67, same price as I had those 1961s, where you see other dealers. When you look at the grading fees and grading costs, just the minimum grading fee, $20, $8 handling fee, shipping fees, your minimum cost, folks, is going to be around $80. And you see dealers selling these coins in proof 67 for $150, $200, $300. There's one for $225 in proof 67. There's another for $300. I've got these 1960s, proof 67 condition, folks. Again, limited time offer, $59 a coin. If you want to get one. However, if you get 10, $49.50 a coin, $495 for 10. And finally, if you get 20, the price drops down to $48.95, and most importantly, the 20th coin will be a 1960 proof 67 cameo. Limited number of these. Buy one of these sets now while I have these. I don't have that many I can offer for this price at $59 or less. And I have very few 1960s in Proof 67 Cameo. Only 12,400 have been graded in 6.7, and only 1,500 coins in 6.7 Cameo. You're getting 1960s in Proof 67, and the 20th coin will be a 6.7 Cameo, and you're getting the whole thing for only $979. While I have them, I hope you can take advantage of it. Very, very limited time offer, folks. I got a great deal on this small collection, as is our policy with all the coins we offer. When we get a great deal on something, what we enjoy most and what our show is all about is passing the savings on to you. Thank you for watching.
Looking for the best specials on rare numismatic gifts? Rare Collectibles TV has you covered. Check us out during Cyber Week, November 23rd through the 30th, for a brand new special every day. That's right, 8 different specials in 8 special days. Whether you're looking for rare gold or stunning silver coins, our eclectic variety of numismatic treasures will satisfy the most experienced collectors. Plus, get free shipping on all orders from November 27th to the 29th. Don't miss out on these collector-friendly offerings. Visit rarecollectiblestv.com. That's rarecollectiblestv.com. I am really excited about this coin here. This is a brand new, very, very important American Silver Eagle. And if you're even a casual numismatist, you're familiar with the American Silver Eagle. And ever since its first minting in 1986, the Silver Eagle has been the most popular coin in all numismatics. You know, thanks to its beautiful design and the quality with which the mint produces it. And the big story at the start of 2020 this year, the big story in numismatics, was that the American Silver Eagle would be getting a new design on the reverse, replacing the heraldic eagle designed by John Mercanti. Now, of course, 2020 hasn't gone the way any of us planned. COVID-19 pandemic, just came along and threw pretty much every facet of our lives into disarray. You're probably working from home, you haven't seen friends in a long time, can't go to your favorite restaurant, and trust me, we're feeling it too here in the field of numismatics. The West Point Mint, where bullion silver eagles like this type of a coin are produced or minted, was forced to shut down to protect its employees and prevent the spread of COVID-19. Now, this means that there aren't as many 2020 Silver Eagles available as there should be. At the same time, periods of economic uncertainty, like the one we're in right now, drive people towards precious metals. This is the oldest, gold and silver, the oldest forms of money. We've been using, as human beings, we've been using gold and silver as money for 5,000 years. We saw it during the 2008 recession. We saw it during the Great Depression. And every other economic crisis this country, or any country really, has had, people try to buy as much gold and silver as they can. So we have a massive demand for precious metal coins, especially like coins like the American Silver Eagle, but only a limited supply. So what does the U.S. Mint do? Well, I'm going to read you a letter. This is from April 27th of this year, 2020. And I'm going to read to you exactly what the Mint did here. 2020 American Silver Eagle bullion coins produced in Philadelphia. In light of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, the United States Mint has temporarily reduced production in its facilities in order to reduce the risk of employee exposure to COVID-19. The health and safety of the Mint workforce remains our highest priority. Typically, American Silver Eagle bullion coins are minted at the Mint's West Point facility. However, due to the reduced production at the West Point facility amid the coronavirus pandemic, from April 8th until April 20th, 2020, the United States Mint at Philadelphia produced 240,000 American Eagle silver bullion coins. These 2020 American Eagle silver bullion coins minted in Philadelphia were all packaged manually. These coins were shipped in so-called monster boxes, each of which contains 25 tubes of 20 coins for a total of 500 coins in each box. Monster boxes of 2020 American Eagle silver bullion coins minted in Philadelphia were affixed with a typed label containing the box tracking number. Additionally, box tracking numbers were handwritten directly on the boxes. Box tracking numbers 400,000 through and including 400,479 were used on boxes of coins minted in Philadelphia. So this is a big deal. First off, only 240,000 coins were struck at Philadelphia. And think about how many boxes. Only 479 boxes out of over 400,000 boxes that have been produced. The United States Mint does not sell its bullion coins directly to the public. Instead, we distribute our coins through a network of official distributors called authorized purchasers to provide investors the opportunity to acquire precious metal coins at a slight premium to spot market prices. As such, all American Silver Eagle bullion coins are, by their very nature, homogeneous. None of these coins bears a mint mark designating a facility where it was produced. The Mint's goal is to ensure that the American Eagle silver bullion coins struck at any of its facilities are identical and indistinguishable from one another. So it's important to understand that 240,000 is an incredibly small mintage for Silver Eagles, which usually get anywhere from between 14 and 40 million minted in a year. The closest kind of emergency that I can think of happened all the way back in 1943 during World War II, when we had to mint Lincoln cents from steel rather than copper. The difference is we struck millions of steel cents versus only 240,000 of these emergency issue Silver Eagles. So after the coins are minted, the coins are packed by hand into green boxes like the one I have here. First they're put into tubes, then they're packed in here. They're sealed. This box would have a strap going this way and a strap going this way. That's tamper-resistant seal. And these are sent off to their distributors. I think there's only 10 distributors who then distribute them to other coin dealers around the country. Now, it's important to understand that the Silver Eagles minted in Philadelphia, like the ones that would have been struck at West Point from the bullion series, the standard issue Silver Eagles, do not have a mint mark on them. So if you were to take a coin out of the box, you would take a coin out of the roll and mix it with any other 2020 Silver Eagles, there's no way to know which one it was. You couldn't tell if it was a West Point coin or a Philadelphia coin. You've lost that emergency issue pedigree. So what do we do about this? We take these boxes, we don't open them, we don't break the seal. When we get ones with the proper serial numbers, this isn't the right serial, this is the prior year, I just have this to show you what the boxes look like. But if this had a serial number, in that list of numbers I told you the Mint used from between number 400,000 and 400,479, if it had that number on here or affixed on here, we would leave it sealed if we got a box like that. We'd leave it sealed. We send them directly to PCGS. PCGS unseals the boxes, opens the boxes, grades the coins immediately, and places them in the holder, just like this, with the special label that says emergency issue that you can see here. It also has a P with that P in parentheses, designating that this was one of those 2020 coins that was struck at Philadelphia instead of West Point. And then that way, we know that these Silver Eagles are from this very, very historical and important emergency issue, part of this important release, part of the history that is going on right now that we're all living through. Now, another important aspect, besides the historical implications of this coin, as I mentioned, is the low mintage, the rarity. So it's projected this year, I'm projecting there will be about 30 million Silver Eagles produced by the end of 2020. That's based on how many have been struck so far. That number could grow depending on if they are able to produce more coins, or could shrink if the mints have to shut down again. But 30 million is what I'm comfortably estimating. So this group of 240,000 emergency issue Silver Eagles is all there will be this year from this minting, which means that it'll only make up about 0.8% of the Silver Eagles minted in 2020. So here, let me just show you how we came up with this projection of 30 million. So here's a chart showing the regular issue American Silver Eagles for this year. And what I mean by regular issue, the Mint calls these the bullion issue because that's what their intent is. We collect coins that are intended for circulation. Some coins are intended to be made for collectors. These are those regular issue Silver Eagles. The Mint intends to be used as bullion. The mintage so far from January through July, about 14.5 million. So, as you see below it in red, only 240,000, as I read in that Mint's letter, were struck at Philadelphia as part of this emergency issue. So out of 14.5 million, less than 250,000 were struck at Philadelphia. Look at that. It is way under 2% so far of the production was struck in Philadelphia, only 1.6%. Now, if we project that out, like I said, really, this is the first 7 months of the year were less than 15 million. I feel very comfortable in estimating at 30 million. Could it be more? Sure. I think it's more likely to be even lower. But look at that. Based on 30 million, less than 1% of these coins were going to be struck at Philadelphia, part of this emergency issue because of this crazy pandemic and everything that it's doing to the world today. So that's important because not only are these super important coins from a historical standpoint, but as coin collectors, we're always looking for that rare piece, that coin that is so difficult to find. And when you have a series like the Silver Eagle series, where you have millions of people collecting them, and there's only 240,000 struck, and on top of that, most of the 240,000 coins struck, if they don't go to the grading service and get the pedigree, if somebody takes that box, if it goes to a distributor and it goes to a dealer who opens it up just to sell the individual coins or tubes, all of a sudden the pedigree's lost. There's no way to go back and pedigree that back to this special issue, which makes it even more rare to have these coins. So this is really, really important. That's why I wanted to talk about how many were struck so far and make that comparison. When you look at a normal, let me show you a chart here to take it a step further. The normal production of these Silver Eagles in the course of a year. Here we see from 86, the very first year of issue. Remember, the Silver Eagle, if you didn't know, was signed into law in 1985 by President Ronald Reagan as part of the Liberty Coin Act. The first coins were struck in 1986. This year, a historic year, the last year with the heraldic eagle reverse. So 2020 is a very important year. But every coin in this heraldic eagle series of the American Silver Eagle, here are all the normal, business strike or bullion strike or regular issue strike coins. You start at the top. These mintages are over 40 million a year. 2015, 47 million. 2014, 44 million. 42 million, 40 million. We get down here, all in the 2000s, so many of them above 20, 30 million. We get down here, as you see, almost half of the series have mintages above 10 million a year. we get down here, in the 90s and the 80s, there's some rarer years. There wasn't as much demand for bullion. It was a newer series. But then we get down to the bottom here, and you see those low mintages. So the lowest mintages in the series are still in that kind of 4-5 million coins produced. You get down here, 96, famous key date, 3.6 million. And then we look at the rarest ones in the entire series. This coin is second rarest. Only 240,000 were struck at Philadelphia as part of this emergency issue. 2015, they struck some coins at Philadelphia, also because there was such a demand for coins that year, so they made some extra ones at Philadelphia that year, not for any emergency historical reason, just because they needed more coins. Those coins are very rare and very valuable today, but they don't have nearly the historical aspect to them. But those coins bring huge money. Here's one of those coins. So the rarest coin in the series, these coins bring 16,000, just under 5,000. And here, the coin I have here today is number 2 on the list. Second rarest coin in the series. A coin that has so much more historical significance than that other coin. This is such an important coin. If you're a collector of coins, you understand the value of rarity, the value of that story that goes with it, the history of it. This is just such an important coin. So like I said, only 240,000 coins minted. As far as silver eagles go, that is minuscule, minuscule. And on top of it, such a tiny fraction of those coins will be able to be pedigree back to this hoard, making this even more minuscule as far as the amount of these coins that exist that collectors are able to put in their collections. Now, numismatists are all about rarity, getting those most unique, hard to find coins, and that's why we look for these coins for you here, and that's why you come to Rare Collectibles TV to help you find these type of coins. Now, another thing that is so important to collectors is quality. Numismatists care deeply about quality. We want to have the best looking, the best struck, the best possible coins that we can get. And these examples that I'm showing you today have been graded by PCGS in Mint State 70. Now, Mint State 70 on the grading scale, it's called the Sheldon scale that we use to grade coins. It's a 70-point scale. If you're not familiar, let me explain to you here. We grade coins on this scale from 1 to 70. And if a coin is graded 1, it means it's in really poor condition. It's barely recognizable. But a 70, on the other hand, like this coin, means that the coin is flawless. It has no scuffs, no abrasions, no blemishes, no scratches. It looks just flawless. Even under magnification, you're not going to find any issue with these coins. Now, all the coins you're seeing here, they've been encapsulated in their plastic slab. These are tamper-proof holders. You'd have to break this coin to get out of here, and that's how we can guarantee that the pedigree, the grade, is what goes with that coin. You'd have to literally break this thing with a hammer to separate the information on the holder from the coin. So they can't be switched or mixed or anything. And not just does that verify the origins, verify the grade, but it also protects these coins from any damage, and it preserves the stellar quality of these coins. And the demand for these coins, I mean, silver eagles are just the most popular coin, possibly the most popular of any collectible, let alone numismatics. But like I mentioned, people have always gravitated towards precious metals in times of uncertainty. And we saw gold and silver prices spike in 2008, and they're spiking now. And during the Great Depression, people were hoarding gold and silver so much that President Franklin Delano Roosevelt had to sign an executive order in 1933 to get people to turn gold over. So it's coins like the Silver Eagle that have become incredibly popular for collectors and even non-collectors as people look for something tangible that you can hold on to. So with added to the fact that so few of these emergency issue Silver Eagles were produced, it's no wonder, it's no surprise that this coin is just so popular right now. So here's the deal. If you look online at places like eBay, you see these coins going for big money, $500, $600, even more. Here we go. Here's one, just under $750. It's actually the exact holder and everything, exact same coin that I have here. Same PCGS, label, everything. Here's an NGC example, similarly priced, $745 for that coin. Here's one, $595. Looks like 24 sold. So that's interesting to me, that 24 sold at that price, $595. And then here's another, here's an NGC for $475. And this one, you see that label is first day of issue. Our coins are also first day of issue. So these are coins that went from the grading service, had to be postmarked on that very first day that they were released, straight to PCGS to be able for them to certify them, on top of giving them the pedigree from this very historical issue, also to have that first day of issue. So there's a lot going on here. So you see here, 700, 500, 400. I mean, there's a lot of these coins selling online in different places. But here at Rare Collectibles TV, we are able to get these Philadelphia emergency issue coins, perfect mint state 70, to you for just $379 each. I mean, these are coins I showed you, $750 almost. Coins that are selling, somebody sold 2 dozen of these at $595, just $379. And if you're hoping to buy more than just one, because we do have a quantity of these, we had several of these monster boxes that we were able to grade. We have the best coins that graded out in Perfect 70 here available. We are able to offer you some quantity discounts here. If you want to buy 5 of these, we have a special quantity discount, 5 coins, just $375 each, which comes to just $1,875. And if you do want to take that quantity discount, we do have a 2-pay option. So if you want to buy 5 coins, you can make a payment of just $937.50 today. Second payment of just $937.50 in 30 days. And 5 of these historic coins are yours. Now, if you want to buy 10, we have an even bigger discount. Just $3,690 for 10 coins. It's just $369 each. And we do have a 2-pay option, of course, for that as well. Just $1,845 today. A second $1,845 in 30 days. And you will get 10 of just one of the most historic, significant, important coins that you could own from the most popular series in all collectibles, the American Silver Eagle. I mean, this coin really is just the perfect storm of all the variables that we look for in numismatics as collectors. I mean, this has it all. This has the perfect quality of a mint state 70 coin. This has that low mintage, the second lowest mintage in the most popular series, the coin with the most demand of any coin, the Silver Eagle series. You have the second lowest mintage in the series. You have the beauty, of course, of the artwork. I didn't even talk about, because I think it's just obvious when you look at the coin. Just probably the most beautiful coin ever produced. I mean, the only thing I could argue with is maybe the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, which is, just such a piece of history. It's probably the most famous coin ever. This coin is right there neck and neck with that coin. Designed originally, for the $50, you have that Walking Liberty designed by Adolph Weinman, who is a protege of Augustus St. Gaudens. You have that reverse, that heraldic eagle, that outstretched eagle on the reverse, designed by John Mercanti, the final year of that design. And then on top of it, you have a coin that only exists because of a global pandemic that is affecting every facet of our society, of the world. I mean, this coin has everything going on for it. This is just a coin that, I mean, if you're only going to own one Silver Eagle, if you're new to collecting, this is the coin you should own because, like I said, it just has every single factor that we look for as numismatists, as collectors, as just people who love coins. This has it all. The quality, the rarity, the beauty, the history. It has all of the factors. You know, most coins, most great coins, only have a couple of those factors. This coin has all of them. And it's just an incredible opportunity for a coin that is just, it's a stunning coin. It's amazing, you know, that something like this would happen and that we're able to get these coins certified, you know, to prove exactly what it is that you're holding in your hand here. A piece of history, and a stunning piece of history it is. And again, for just $379, this is a unique opportunity that will not last long. I mean, they only produced 479 of these green monster boxes. We could not get nearly that many. It's so hard to find the monster boxes from that small output and to find them still sealed and then get them to PCGS to grade. So this is a limited opportunity. The window is here now, but the window will close very shortly because there is so much demand for these coins and there are so few of them to go around to collectors. And to be able to get these right now for just $379 is just such a great opportunity. And again, if you want to buy quantity, you want to put some away for the future, you want to put some away for the kids or the grandkids, this is a great time to do it. Again, 5 coins, just $1,875. You can do a 2-pay option for that, $937.50 now, and then again, another $937.50 in 30 days, and the coins are yours. Same thing with the 10-coin special, just $3,690. 2-pay option, 1 payment now, just $1,845 today. Equal payment, $1,845 in 30 days, and you get 10 coins to put away for yourself, for your kids, for your family, for whoever you want to put these away for. But I strongly recommend you do put these away because this is one of those opportunities that comes quick and it goes quick, and they don't come along like this. This is a piece of history that I have right here. Like I mentioned before, the 2020 American Silver Eagle is going to be the last year that features Chief Engraver, former Chief Engraver, retired Chief Engraver, John Mercanti's celebrated design on the reverse of the coin. That heraldic eagle, combined with Lady Liberty on the obverse, walking confidently towards a new dawn, is a huge part of why the American Silver Eagle is so popular. Before the coronavirus hit and everything got disrupted, that was the big story in numismatics, that this was the last year of this reverse. But even outside of this emergency issue, these coins are an important part of the history of the Silver Eagle and American coinage. We're so lucky to be able to offer you this amazing opportunity. Most of the boxes containing these emergency issue Silver Eagles were opened as soon as the dealer or investor got a hold of them. And the moment the coin is taken out, the moment the straps are cut on this box, the pedigree is gone. But because we take the time and the effort, because we work so closely with PCGS, we can offer you this incredible coin and know with 100% certainty that this is from this emergency minting of just 240,000 coins. If you're going to buy a Silver Eagle, this is the one. If you combine the pedigree, the mintage, and the fact that this is the last year of John Mercanti's reverse design, and how it reflects the current issues we're facing, I think this is a coin people are going to be talking about and looking for years to come. And don't forget, you're getting this coin in mint state 70, a perfect grade for just $379. And I hope you are able to add one or more of these coins to your collection. Because I definitely plan to add some of these to my collection for my kids. And I just want to thank you so much for joining me here. I hope you stay tuned for more fascinating and historical coins here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Jack and Rick here, the Coin Guys.
This is exciting.
We are so thrilled, folks, with what we have to offer you today. This is literally the finest group of $5 United States gold pieces ever offered in the history of Coin TV. And
absolutely.
When you talk about Coin TV, it goes back 30 years.
Oh, yeah.
Never has anybody ever offered what we have today, folks. In fact, Jack, these coins shouldn't even exist.
No, definitely not.
They shouldn't exist, but that's a story we'll get into in just a second. These are among the earliest coins struck at the Granite Lady at the San Francisco Mint.
San Francisco Mint.
Struck in
Fabled
1882.
Mint. Yeah, fabled mint. I mean, so much history there. You know, they first started striking coins at that facility in 1874.
Yeah.
And I had the pleasure a few years back to go and film there and tour the building. It's remarkable to think I was in the same vaults in the basement of this building where these coins would have been stored when they were made, and the same rooms where they would have been struck. It was pretty wild.
Referred to as the Granite Lady, what the walls were like, what, 6 feet thick granite or something?
Huge, thick stone walls.
Yeah.
The facade is granite. I think the base is actually sandstone, but it was built so heavy and secure so that people couldn't tunnel in and steal from it. But because it was so strong, you know, in the great earthquake
1906
of 1906, it's one of the few buildings that remained standing in San Francisco, and actually was integral to kind of the rebuilding of San Francisco because it was such a big, secure building that was still standing after the fires and everything. It was used for financial transactions and relief and banking, and it became kind of a center to rebuild that community. So, I mean, just so much history in that building.
Folks, please take a look at what we have today. These are $5 gold pieces struck at the Granite Lady, San Francisco Mint in 1882. 1882 in mint state 63 condition. That means they're uncirculated. They were never in circulation. They have literally been in mint bags for about 140 years.
Just about, yeah.
Yeah. Take a look at this.
And they're just so lustrous. They're really beautiful coins. I was holding a few earlier and rotating them in the light and inspecting them. They're just really stunning coins.
Now, these coins, again, these coins were struck for commerce. They struck about 1 million examples in 1882 at the San Francisco Mint. They were struck for commerce, which means the coins were struck on the die. They were ejected into bins, and they would go through coin counting machines, and they'd be dumped into bags where they would go onto trains and get shipped to banks around the country.
Right. Trains and ships and all different ways.
And the vast majority went into commerce. These examples, however, remained in mint bags and never made it into circulation. In fact, we have one of the bags that came from the original source. These bags, folks, came out of the great European bank hoard. And that's where these coins originated, these 1882s $5 gold pieces.
Now, I think what makes this so exciting to me is, I mean, think about, you know, the story of the bank hoard, and I'm sure you'll get into it in a moment of how funds were transferred overseas. If you're trying to transfer a large amount of money, you do it with the largest denomination. Today, if you were trying to take, you're trying to move $1,000, you know, $10,000 or whatever, you'd take $100 bills. You wouldn't take $5 bills.
Right.
So most of the coins in the European bank hoard are 20s.
Exactly.
Fives
exactly.
are very unusual because it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. We've had a lot of offerings of $20 double eagles and a lot of $10 eagles, but we've never had anything like $5. You know,
They're just so scarce.
They're so scarce, folks. So this is the greatest group, again, of the 1882s ever offered. They are so rare. They are among the finest known. If you went to the Smithsonian, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world.
Right. Literally national treasure.
It truly is. And if you look at the 1882s $5 gold piece in the Smithsonian, it will be an MS-64.
So just
one grade
tiny
higher.
point higher.
Now, there are only 1,100, approximately 1,100 of these graded in MS-63 condition.
Which is nothing.
We have, folks, approximately 400 that came out of the great European bank hoard. Again, as I said earlier, these coins should not exist. Now, the story of the existence of this particular group of 1882s $5 gold pieces really begins with the Great Depression. This was an economic catastrophe for our country, really the greatest disaster economically that our country has ever faced. The unemployment rate was estimated to be 25–30%. In 1933 alone, there were an estimated 4,000 bank failures. 4,000 bank failures. And back then, folks, in 1933, there was no federal deposit insurance to guarantee your money. So you could have your life savings that you've accumulated over 20, 30 years, that you had in the bank, your nest egg for your retirement. You go to the bank the next day, and the bank's shuttered closed.
Right.
And this was terrifying to citizens around the country.
This is devastating.
Well, there were a lot of citizens who had their money in banks that had not yet failed, who were terrified that their banks would be next.
Right.
And so a lot of them began to take their money out of the banks, and with that money, they were buying gold coins. Because paper money, I mean, our economy could go under and that paper money could be worthless, you know, in 6 months or a year. But gold, throughout human history, if you go back to Egyptian times, you know, thousands of years BC, gold through every culture has always had value. And so they were taking their paper money and buying gold bullion, gold coins. Well, all these citizens pulling their paper money out of the banks created additional stress on the banking system.
Right. So that's when President Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt, instituted Executive Order 6102, which made it illegal for private citizens to own gold. They had to turn their gold coins and redeem their coins back to the federal government. You could only own a small amount of gold.
Yeah, $100 worth of gold.
Yeah, it was a tiny amount,
Yeah.
So most of these coins got melted down. They got returned to the government. I mean, people went to jail who tried to get around this and save gold. I mean, it was a big deal.
It was enforced. If you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both.
Yeah, they're serious. They weren't messing around.
Very
they were
serious.
Oh, yeah.
So you had a lot of citizens, really, if I were in their position, I mean, you know, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Right.
You keep your money in the bank, and the bank could go under the next day, and you're wiped out. But then you pull your money out and you buy gold with it, and you get arrested for owning gold.
Right. Right.
Well, there were a lot of citizens and some institutions who said, you know, there is a third choice here. And they began before this date arrived, when it was illegal to own gold, they began to buy gold and have them shipped in bags by ship to banks in Europe. And they've been in these banks since the 1930s. Most of them, as you said, Jack, were double eagles, the largest gold coins.
Right.
Very rarely do we find $5 gold pieces, especially from this early vintage. Most of the gold we find out of the European bank hoard, the coins were struck in the 1920s, early 1900s. Very rarely do you find anything in the 1890s. And 1882 in mint state uncirculated condition. These are essentially, folks, as they were in the original bag from 1882. They've been sitting in this bag.
I was say too, when we're lucky enough to find some of these earlier dates, usually they're not mint state though. They're just, they've been in mixed bags,
and then circulated.
and then when we get them, we sort them out and pick the dates we want. But it's not a solid, uncirculated group of coins that's been together since the time they were struck.
So all this gold being turned into the U.S. Mint. Well, the U.S. Mint proceeded to melt all those gold coins back down into gold bars, and incredibly enough, you look at the number of $5 gold pieces struck, folks, of the total mintage of all the $5 gold pieces struck, the mint melted down almost 34% of all the $5 gold pieces originally struck, and most of those, again, were later vintage. These 1882 S's, folks, in this condition, you just don't find them in, like Jack said, in uncirculated condition. They've been sitting in these bags since the 1930s. And then in the mid-1970s, then President Gerald Ford signed a bill making it once again legal to own over $100 worth of gold. And that's when some of this gold in these banks in Europe began to come out. Now again, we've had some of the greatest groups of gold coins coming out of the great European bank hoard that we've been able to offer over the past several years. And our philosophy, the key to our success, is that because we really are first in line for some of these opportunities, we negotiate the best possible prices. We buy the entire deals, and we pass our good fortune on to you. And folks, again, the great European bank hoard, this is really a Halley's Comet kind of moment. The gold in those European banks is really depleted substantially since they first began releasing these coins. And there's very, very little left from the great European gold hoard. And again, these 1882 S's, we will never, one thing that we can be very certain of, we will never be able to offer another group of $5 gold pieces of this quality, in this quantity, ever again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime moment. We have approximately 400 examples. Now, to give you an idea of how rare these coins are, Sasha has a chart here showing you the total mintage of all the $5 Liberty gold pieces struck from 1839 to 1908, about 75 million coins. Now, as Jack said, the vast majority were used in commerce. They were heavily used in our banking system. And so they were circulated. The number of coins that remained uncirculated, in other words, they never made it into commerce, is minuscule. Only 185,000 coins certified by PCGS out of that total mintage of 75 million coins. And then for the entire series from 1839 to 1908, a grand total of only 37,759 coins.
I mean, so think about this. The entire series from 1839 to 1908, about 74 million struck, which it's not a tiny number, but when you think relative to today, we strike like in the
Yeah.
billions of coins a year. Like, I mean,
And this
to
is over
strike-
about 70 years.
Right, 70 years,
You know.
and they strike that many coins. I mean, there's many
And
coins. They
plus-
strike more Lincoln pennies
plus,
in a
Jack,
year.
there were different
Wa-
mint marks. You had the S mints,
Right.
you had D mints, you had the Philadelphia mints.
Right, they strike more pennies in the
Yeah.
Philadelphia Mint in 1 year
Yeah.
than they did for 70 years of this series.
And here's what we want you to see. This is the most important chart here that shows you the number of 1882 S's that have survived in MS-63. Out of the total mintage of 969,000 coins,
This is impressive.
PCGS has only certified 1,110 examples in MS-63 condition. You look at that number, folks, about 1,100 coins. And again, we have around approximately 400 of those 1,100 coins.
That's incredible.
This was the most incredible group of $5 gold pieces, especially 1882 S's, that's ever
Right.
surfaced.
Oh, yeah.
Ever surfaced. And again, we bought the entire deal. We got them at a great price, and we're passing our good fortune on to you today. Now, for those of you who are new to numismatics and you're looking at these coins, if we can get a close-up of one of these, MS-63, what exactly does that mean? Well, coins are graded on a 70-point, they call it the Sheldon grading
Right, yeah.
scale.
William Sheldon came up with the scale when he was collecting large cents.
And it goes from 1 up to a high of 70.
Right,
The
one-
lower the number, the lousier the condition.
One you can barely recognize. It's 70, absolutely flawless. For coins of this era, there is no such thing as a 70.
No.
And there's almost very few coins above even a 65 almost is non-existent.
Yeah, exactly.
So 63 is a really high grade for this coin.
Anything below a 60 is a coin that's been in circulation.
Right, it has some wear. It's been used.
And that's why that one number is so important, where we showed you the number graded in MS-60 or higher. For the 1882S, PCGS has only certified about 3,500 coins in MS-60 or higher grade. In other words, about 3,500 coins that were never in circulation. All the others were either melted down or were in circulation.
Right.
So this represents what you see here in MS-63 condition, the top 0.1% in quality for the 1882S Liberty $5 gold piece, folks. This is essentially Smithsonian quality.
Yeah, these are lovely coins.
Again, the Smithsonian specimen is an MS-64. You look at this coin. When we get a close-up of this, again, this is a coin that was never in circulation. You see a few tiny ticks on it, and you see a couple tiny abrasions from mixing with the other coins in the bag.
Right, but these coins really, in MS-63, like you said, this is really the best bang for the buck.
It
because you're
really,
getting
truly is. Look at this.
A really high-grade, beautiful mint state
All the
coin
detail.
with all the detail. This is a coin that back in the old days, before we were using that numeric grading scale, you know, the Sheldon scale, this is what they'd call choice brilliant uncirculated. You know, it's not just uncirculated. It's not brilliant. It's choice brilliant uncirculated because there's, you know, so few bag marks, so much luster.
Exactly.
They're just beautiful coins. So Rick, before we price this, let's just show them a size comparison here. We have the $5 1882S that we have here today, which we call the half eagle, because it's half of a $10 coin, which is a $10 called the eagle. So it's a half eagle. And then we have a quarter eagle, the 2.5 coin that you see there on the right side of your screen. That's a 1904, much later date in MS-63. But just to show you the size, these coins we have here today, the 1882S, it's about the size of a nickel, just for comparison so you know what you're getting.
Now here's the most important part, and this is why we're really, really excited about this. Never has there been a better time to buy rare United States gold. There was a great article that came out about a year ago, and it was on the cover, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?" And I'm going to open to that article, and there's this one paragraph I'm going to read to you, and this is really the key here. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. What they mean by that is that I remember, like 20 years ago, a $5 gold piece like this, when gold was maybe $300 or $400 an ounce.
Right.
Today, gold's around $1,900 an ounce. You know, it's about 4 or 5 times more than it was back then.
Right.
This same coin would have been $1,000 to $1,500, even though gold was only $300 or $400 an ounce.
Right.
In other words, you would have been paying roughly 5, 6, 7 times the value of the gold.
But like Rick said, it's about 1/4 of an ounce of gold in that coin. So again, with gold at $1,900, I mean, this is
Just about $500 worth of gold.
Yeah, it's about $500 worth of gold. So.
And this is the perfect grade also, folks,
Yeah,
because
it's a
if you
great
went
grade.
up in grade, for example, here's a 1882S in MS66, which is, you know, extremely high grade.
Extremely. I believe that's the highest grade known for this coin.
You're talking about a good 5-figure coin in the $18,000 to $20,000 range
Right.
for a coin in this condition.
And that's actually a great price for a coin like that, where it's, you know, finest known category.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a.
And again, this is the perfect grade for this because the premium is so low.
Right.
It's really at a historic low. It's just basically twice the gold value,
Yeah.
which we've never seen before in U.S. numismatics. But it's only because of the great European bank.
And these coins, again, are just so little premium. Right now, these are less than $1,000, Rick.
Yeah, $995.
That's it.
Again, we have to repeat this, folks. In the history of PCGS, they've been grading these coins since 1986.
Right.
In their entire history, which goes back over 30 years, they've only graded 1,110 examples.
That's tiny. That's
in
nothing.
MS63.
In all
We
those
have
years.
approximately 400 of those coins that came out of the great European bank hoard.
Right.
Again, these coins should not exist. The only reason they exist is because some individual, while it was still legal to own gold in this country in the early 1930s, shipped some bags of these $5 gold pieces to a bank in Europe for safekeeping.
Right.
They've been residing there for just about 90 years, folks. And they've come out now. We got them at a great price, and we're just passing our good opportunity, our just, you know, fortuitous, being in the right place at the right time, passing that good fortune on to you.
Right.
These stunning, stunning specimens. Again, if you go to the Smithsonian, they have the finest collection of United States coins in the world. The example in the Smithsonian of the 1882S will be an MS64.
Right.
This is just one grade below, and it's only $995 a coin. We've got a lot of people calling in on this. Again, this group we have here, we've got a lot of them on display. We have approximately 400 total. Once these are gone, folks, that's it. That's it. This is the greatest group of these $5 gold pieces ever offered in the history of United States numismatics. And we just have them at such a collector-friendly price.
You know, Rick, you just said something that got me thinking about just how few PCGS is graded in this grade,
Yeah.
in MS63. You know, since they've been grading coins since 1986, I just did some rough, quick math. That means, on average, they only grade 30 to 35 coins a year.
Right, exactly.
A year.
Yeah.
And it's skewed because of this
Yeah.
hoard we have
Yeah.
right in front of us, literally 2 feet away from me. So really, that number is probably half that. They probably grade on average 20 of these a year at best, and that number is rapidly dwindling
I'm
after
just
this
imagining
hoard.
the reaction at PCGS when they're lucky to see 20 or 30 a year, right?
Right, and then
all of a sudden
right.
they get like 2 bags, and there's about 400 of these coins in MS63 that
Right.
they've never seen, and PCGS has graded literally millions and millions of United States coins.
yeah.
And then never have they seen anything like this before in their history. Jack, here's an example that's sold in auction. In other words, this is what a dealer could have purchased this example. And
Right.
same grade MS63 for over $1,700. That's what it's sold for. Now, again, the prices we have these coins at are not based on what the market will bear, folks. This is really important to understand that. I mean, we could ask $1,500, $1,495, $1,395, and you'd be getting a great deal.
Right, absolutely.
But you wouldn't be getting our best price.
Right.
And we got such a great, great buying opportunity. When we bought the entire deal, When you buy the entire deal, you get a special price.
You
I mean,
do.
we wouldn't have gotten this price if we would have told, no, we'll only take 50.
Right.
We wouldn't have gotten this price. We bought the entire group, and we got the price where we were able to sell them for only $995, folks. $995 when gold is bumping up at $2,000 an ounce.
Right.
It's an amazing opportunity. And again, these are 1882 S's. They seen the S mint mark, Sasha, on the reverse for the San Francisco Mint. Again, struck at the Granite Lady, one of the earliest
Oh, you have so much history
vintage
there.
issues from the Granite Lady.
I mean, San Francisco was still only 30 years at this point that it had really been much of a city. It was a little town, and then of course the gold rush, 1849, we all know the story of all these people going west to prospect for gold.
There you see the S mint mark there, right about at 6 o'clock.
So the mint originally first struck gold coins in San Francisco in 1854, but that was obviously a little tiny rinky-dink operation.
It was like
Yeah.
6,000 square feet.
Yeah,
Very small mint.
So they
yeah.
had they needed to build something that really, could produce coins. So 1874, the Granite Lady was open.
Jack, look at this coin. It's about 140 years old. All the details so sharp. Folks, there are no 1882 S's without bag marks. They all have bag marks. Again, these coins were struck, they were dumped into bins. One coin is falling on top of another.
Right.
From there, they go through coin counting machines. They're dumped into bags, so they all have marks.
Right, you have to understand the mint
They all have
isn't
marks.
the mint is not striking these
Right.
coins in 1882 for collectors and taking one at a time. They're producing these for commerce. They're
Exactly.
producing these so that people can transact business, and they need to make as many as they can. And it's just to them, it's just a job. It's not about. They don't know that collectors in 140 years are going to be, jumping over each other to find these coins. They're just trying to make them fast and get them in bags and get them out to the banks.
So that's why we want you to take a look at this. We've cherry-picked again. These approximately 400 examples among the finest known, with so few surface imperfections. These coins are a miracle, really. Again,
I'm
they
looking at
should
this and
not
just going,
exist.
how is this under $1,000?
Yeah, I know. It really is a miracle, folks. Again, we've never, ever been able to offer a $5 gold piece in this condition from this early vintage, in this condition. And we have around we started out with about 400. We have a lot of people calling in. They're only $995 a coin. Virtual perfection for an 1882S $5 gold piece. It's really a sensational buying
It
opportunity.
looks like a new coin.
It truly does. It truly does, folks. You will not find something from this early era in the United States gold in this condition for anywhere near this price.
I mean, this is such a unique opportunity. I mean, all my years of collecting coins and dealing in coins, all your years, I mean, this is such a unique hoard. I have never seen a group of
You worked at Stax for 8 years.
Yeah.
They never had, I mean,
No.
they're the oldest auction house, coin auction house in the country.
Right.
They never had anything like
I never
this.
saw anything remotely close to this.
Yeah.
Not even close.
So we're going to wrap it up here, folks. We got a lot of people calling in. Again, we started out with around 400. This is all we have. It's a once-in-a-lifetime, truly Halley's Comet moment. 1882 S's among the finest surviving specimens from the great European gold hoard. The coins that should not exist.
Exactly.
They've been sitting in a vault in Europe since the early 1930s. We bought the entire group of these $5 gold pieces that came out. We have the finest examples for you today. And we're pricing them not on what the market will bear. We could easily price these at $14.95 and you'd be getting a great deal. But you would not be getting the best deal. And that's what this is all about. We got these at such a great price. We're able to offer them while we have them for $995. And like our other gold deals, Jack, that come out of these hoards, once these are gone, that's
gone.
it.
They're
We've
gone.
had so many people who'll call in a week or two later and they'll ask for one of those coins and we have to tell them, we're sorry.
Yeah,
We don't
happens all
have
the
them
time.
anymore. We can't
Happens all the
sell
time.
them at that price anymore. This is one of those moments, folks.
Yeah,
We hope
oftentimes
you
it
can
would
take
cost
advantage
us
of
more
it.
to replace the coins after we sell through them.
Exactly.
It happens often.
This has been fantastic. This truly is, we hope you can take advantage of it to get something from 1882 The early Granite Lady vintage year in
Right.
superb, spectacular, mint state 63 condition, among the finest known, for only $995 a coin. I'm Rick.
I'm Jack.
We're the Coin Guys. Thank you for watching.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim.
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?